Danodari. Nyariana Nyanga Bik Ban Ba Nyagu. Gagukal Nangit Bambu Thielingbu Ba Gamaji. I acknowledge the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people on whose land Darebin stands. I recognise their continuing connection to land, water and culture and pay my respect to elders past, present and emerging. And for any members of the community who are with us from land of other First Nations people, I equally acknowledge the traditional owners of the land upon which you may be this evening. Once again, we're meeting virtually this evening. The health, safety and wellbeing of the community has and always will be the paramount consideration of the Council. Council continues to be guided by the government directives and wants to be able to do the right thing for the health of our community during the COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 Omnibus Emergency Measures Act 2020, passed by the Victorian Parliament on the 23rd of April 2020, included changes to the Local Government Act which allow councils to hold virtual meetings, and councillors can participate in meetings remotely by electronic means of communication. This meeting is being live streamed via a link on the council website, so the public will be able to view the proceedings of the meeting. The meeting is also being recorded and will be made available on the council website as soon as practicable after the meeting. We are being guided by a ministerial practice note on virtual meetings issued by the Minister for Local Government. Should technical problems be encountered by Council, the meeting may be adjourned until these have been resolved, up to a maximum of 30 minutes. And if we cannot resolve the problems, we will reschedule or defer the items to the next Council meeting. In such circumstances, an advice message will be shown on your screen. There are a few housekeeping matters and technical tips for councillors that I need to pass on. Please leave your video on and mute your sound unless you wish to speak. If you wish to electronically raise your hand, hover over the participants button in the main video window and then press the small hand symbol in the right hand bottom corner. Please use this if you wish to ask a question or leave the meeting so that I'm aware of this. You can also just raise your actual hand to get my attention. If you do that, please make sure it's in front of your body and not out to the side where it might be off screen. Note that there is no chat facility available during this meeting for councillors, submitters or general viewers. Before we commence, I would like to introduce the councillors and senior staff who are with us this evening and to confirm councillors can see and hear each other. So we'll start with Councillor Lawrence. If you could confirm you can see and hear.
Yes, I can see and hear. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll get all councillors to take themselves off mute so we don't have to pause for that now. Councillor McCarthy?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Greco?
Yes.
Councillor Amir? We couldn't hear you just then, Councillor Amir, or I couldn't hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you. Councillor Newton?
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Councillor Lesurf?
Hi, Mary.
Hi. We do have apologies from Councillor Messina. I'm not able to see Councillor Williams on screen. Councillor Williams, oh, there you are. Councillor Williams.
Hi.
Fantastic. Thank you, councillors. We also have a number of senior staff with us. Ms Wilkinson. That was Sue. If you could sing out, that would be great. Lenny Jenner, who welcome Lenny, Acting General Manager of Governance and Engagement.
Yes, I'm present, Mayor Rennie.
Thank you. Sam Hewitt.
Evening, Mayor and councillors.
Kerry McGrath.
Hi, everybody.
Rachel Olivier.
Hi, everyone.
Thank you for that, and let's get underway. So, as I noted, we have apologies from Councillor Lynn Messina. All other councillors are present. Councillors, does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose this evening?
No.
There are no conflicts of interest. So we will move now straight to questions and submissions, noting that these have very helpfully, and thank you to community members who have submitted these beforehand. So I'll just get these up on my screen. I'm getting there. Thank you for bear with me. So we have a number of questions that have been submitted tonight. The first question is from Mr. Bernard Phelps, and Mr. Phelps asks, my house sits directly behind 2 houses in Gladstone Avenue that regularly burn something that pours out masses of foul and toxic smoke that then falls into my backyard and makes it impossible to be outside in my own property. It occurs even on bright sunny days when there should be no need for a fire, and I think it is unacceptable in today's urban landscape, particularly when we are in COVID-19 lockdown. When is the council going to outlaw the use of log fires in Darebin? Thank you, Mr. Phelps, for this question. I understand that officers have discussed this matter with you, and thank you for taking the time to do this. In regards to that specific local issue that you've raised, I understand that officers are following up with the specific households to explain their obligations. More broadly, in regards to outlawing log fires, we agree that wood smoke is a problem, and we are advocating for the state government to take stronger action on wood smoke pollution. This includes restricting the use of wood smoke heaters in urban and built-up areas and supporting households to rapidly switch to electric heating. These aren't changes that we can make as a local council. Rather, the Victorian government would have to change them through state environment laws. In the meantime, council is in the somewhat frustrating position of having to enforce the current rules, which we don't think go far enough. The current rules allow wood heating, but there are obligations for residents with wood heaters, which include to use appropriate wood. Wood shouldn't be treated or painted, and it shouldn't be green or wet. I understand that you are also intending to share your views with the state government, which can make a big difference. Thank you for your support on this issue. I do understand and hear you, and I have heard from other residents that have similar concerns, which is why we will also continue to advocate. The next questions are from Ms. Maria Paletti, and there are 3 questions. I'll read all 3 questions and then the answers. Question 1. Exactly what date did the tree policy come into effect to be enforced? Question 2. Has there ever been a situation in Darebin where a tree is more highly respected or regarded than a building? And question 3. Can council cite any examples in Darebin of where a new build has been creatively designed around a protected tree? Thank you, Ms. Paletti, for these questions. Council adopted the Tree Protection on Private Property local law on the 11th of April 2019. The Management of Tree Protection on Private Property policy was also adopted at this time. In addition, Council also has tree protections for significant trees on private property in the form of vegetation protection overlays in Springthorpe, Mount Cooper and Lancaster Gate. The mechanisms previously listed have been developed to protect trees whenever possible. Some recent examples of effective tree protection include several trees in Springthorpe which have been retained where a conflict between buildings and trees has arisen. As stated in the previous answer, several buildings in Springthorpe were designed around the retention of private significant trees. Some residents were attracted to the area by the large trees and have successfully incorporated them as a feature in their designs. Council is working hard to protect trees in other circumstances around the municipality. The next questions are from Mr. Chris Erlinson, Data Vice President. Question 1. Even if a tree is potentially worthy of protection, if it is not sick or impacting any building, who ultimately determines what the future is for that tree, if it stays or it is removed? And question 2. Can Council explain why some trees on both public and private land do not have TPZ or Tree Protection Zone fencing around them, or do not have adequate protection of tree branches? For example, at 27 Murphy Grove, no TPZ around the Norfolk Palm, and 6 to 8 Josephine Grove Nature Strip TPZ are inadequate. There are numerous cases around where I live of new development and during construction over time where neighbouring nature strips, gutters and footpaths are impacted. While it is the tradies who tidy up the worksite, who is responsible for cleaning up the mess left over time, such as on nature strips that have been turned into quagmires and sunken into deep furrows from truck tyres, gutters filled with sediment from overflow from boggy work sites, and roads and footpaths smeared with clods of clay-like dog excrement. After the work site has been tidied up and cleared, Who is currently responsible for cleaning up the mess left in the surrounding area? Why is this aspect not enforced as part of the conditions for all developers? Mr. Erlandson, thank you for your questions. In relation to the first, while the question may seem straightforward, the answer depends on the case. If there is a vegetation protection overlay on the property, then a planning permit is required for tree removal. If not, then council's local law applies and a permit is needed to remove larger trees. Generally, the local law defaults to protect larger trees. However, if the owner is seeking a planning permit for other reasons, even when there isn't a vegetation protection overlay, then the planning scheme requirements apply rather than the local law. Council's planning decisions always consider the recommendations of council's arborist. The people who make the decisions are either a planning officer with advice from our arborists in the case of planning permits, or an arborist in the case of local laws. Sometimes there is an appeal about council's planning decisions, in which case VCAT becomes the final decision maker. With respect to question 2, generally any tree that is required to be retained during construction, including street trees, should have tree protection measures in place. Council can enforce if tree protection isn't in place under planning, building or local law requirements depending on the case. That said, sometimes trees are allowed to be removed and therefore wouldn't have tree protection measures. If you are concerned about a tree, please report it to council so that we can investigate. The 2 examples that you've asked about, we'll investigate when stage 4 restrictions are lifted. With regards to your third question, any damage to nature strips, footpath or curb and channel must be made good by the developer. To protect these assets, council requires a bond from builders and does before and after inspections. If a developer doesn't make good, council uses the bond to fund works. We do have a follow-up process and we have recently cleared a backlog of follow-up inspections. Some sites still need to be made good, which we will keep progressing when COVID-19 directions allow us to. If there are any sites you are concerned about, please let us know and we will follow up. The next question is from Mr. John Nugent. It relates to the Preston Football Club or Northern Blues. In your reply dated the 1st of July 2020, Council states discussions are ongoing between Council and the Preston Football Club and providing further details at this stage would not be appropriate. Is Council avoiding the question and does Council have any intention to assist this football club with a 138-year history in the city? Further, is it true that the reason the Preston Football Club ceased operation was due to its finances and that Council is... Sorry, did someone interrupt then? Further, is it true that the reason the Preston Football Club ceased operation was due to its finances and that Council is discriminating against male participation in VFL football? Thank you for the question. Since the last question on this matter, Council has met with representatives of the Northern Bull Ants Football Club, now their preferred name. The club have shared with Council their strategic vision, which includes their aspirations to be a sustainable club in the VFL. Council is now awaiting further confirmation from the club on specific details for how they would like to partner with Council for this purpose. This process is being slowed by COVID and the disruption and uncertainty that it has placed on the sport will be played in the coming season. Regardless of the complexities, Council is continuing to work positively with the club. It has been reported publicly that it was the Carlton Football Club that cut their ties with the Northern Blues. However, your question regarding was this related to its finances would be best answered by the club and should be directed to them. Mr. Nugent has asked a second question, which I'll now read. State government grant for lighting projects in the city. Please advise why a large park like Donath West missed out on funding for lighting when people travel at night and depart trains and buses at Keon Park and have to walk through a dark park and open space. Further, how did Council decide how and where the lighting projects were required? Was there any public input? How many inquiries were made from groups regarding these lighting projects? And why were projects successful in the north? And were projects successful in the north of the city where parks and open spaces already have lighting? The State Government Community Safety Infrastructure Fund seeks to fund projects that improve safety in the public spaces. A key priority of the grant was that applications must provide economic benefit and a local stimulus effect. Based on this, Council has submitted an application for the Activity Centre in Reservoir, focusing on Edward Street, Broadway and Johnson Street lighting projects. The project impact for economic stimulus for economy and traders was deemed most significant at these sites. The grant also required projects that were shovel-ready, and most of the design and documentation has been completed for street lighting and public space lighting. This was undertaken in consultation with the community through the 2014 Reservoir Streetscape Master Plan. Also, Council receives frequent complaints about low levels of lighting and other safety issues in the Reservoir Activity Centres precinct from residents and traders. The outcome of this application is due in September 2020. For information also, the main west-east shared path connection linking Donath East Reserve to Dollar Reserve, including a new signalised pedestrian crossing on Cheddar Road, is scheduled to be completed this 2020 financial year. Mr. Nugent has a third question as follows. In your reply dated the 1st of July 2020, Council stated that only 20% of Edgars Creek catchment is within the City of Darebin and that it would require significant investment by agencies including the City of Whittlesea, the State Government, Melbourne Water, EPA and Yarra Valley Water. Is this project too hard for Council, and can Council arrange to establish a working party of the above agencies to start work on this project to bring Edwards Lake back to life? Hi, John. Council considered this matter in detail on the 6th of April 2020. As you know, the lake isn't suitable for water-based recreation. This is disappointing, but is not something that can be quickly or easily changed, and some types of recreation, like yabbying, may never be possible. Council decided to advocate for support from various agencies to improve water quality, and I can confirm that Council is doing this via the Yarra Integrated Water Management Forum. The Integrated Water Management Forum includes most of the agencies listed in your question and is similar to a working group covering the whole Yarra catchment. Council isn't planning to establish an additional working group. Council has also successfully secured grant funding to audit the stormwater treatment wetlands at Edwards Lake, so we're confident they are working effectively. This can be done this financial year. The next question is from Ms. Sika Grauvac on behalf of Barbara. And the question is, why are runners and joggers exempt from wearing face masks? Walking briskly also raises blood pressure and makes it difficult to catch your breath and are uncomfortable to wear in these circumstances. I'm a local citizen, and in my 1 hour daily walk, I am passed by about 6 runners and joggers, often from behind without warning and not observing social distancing, panting and sweating. They stop running and walk or rest every now and then without masks. Containment of the virus is put into jeopardy by these runners and joggers without masks. Perhaps a local football oval or similar place could be available to runners or joggers so they can run around without impinging on masked pedestrians. Thank you for raising this. I would firstly like to acknowledge and thank all members of our community who have followed the state government's coronavirus directives. Masks or face coverings do form part of these directives and are essential in our defence against COVID-19. The Chief Health Officer has, however, issued some exemptions from wearing masks, and they do include runners and joggers. It is disappointing to hear that you have observed some breaches of social distancing, and I encourage all people to follow these recommendations when enjoying your daily exercise. Council will continue to promote the state's advice in contactless ways, including our social media channels and throughout the pandemic. The next question is from Julie Ryan. Commercial premises operating at 470 High Street, Aradina, has built windows and doors into their delivery dock entrance from which internal sections of my house and backyard can be viewed. As this building has already been ordered by VCAT to ensure no overlooking takes place, why have Council not acted to ensure this VCAT ruling is enforced? Notification by me of intention to build doors took place on May the 7th, 2020, with information forwarded to enforcement by planning that day. Thank you for your question and good evening, Julie. I understand that Council's Manager of City Safety and Compliance has spoken to you recently and confirmed that Council is currently investigating. Whilst our staff can't currently visit face-to-face, they have made contact with the builder by telephone. I can confirm that our officers inspected in May, and at that time there was not a compliance issue. As part of the current investigation, officers will consider your suggestion to require permanent closure of the roller door. It is not immediately clear if that is within Council's powers. Officers haven't yet made a determination about this and will update you when they have. If you have any questions in the meantime, please contact our Senior Planning Enforcement Officer in the first instance. And the next question is from Ms. Melanie Welsh, and the question is as follows. Can Council please confirm that a grant submission will be made to the State Government's Victorian Parks Revitalisation Grants Program for the Changing Places facility and picnic shelter, which are included in the design concept for the All Abilities play space at Penders Park? Thank you for your question, Melanie, and for all your work on the master plan as part of the project control group. We agree that it would be fantastic to get funding to be able to bring forward the delivery of the Changing Places toilet and the picnic shelter identified in the master plan, and that the Delp Parks revitalisation funding could be a great way to do that. The list of projects that will be put forward for this fund is currently being finalised, and the Penders Park is being very seriously considered as a priority for submission. I should let you know that a funded amounts are capped, so it may be that there is not enough for both a Changing Places toilet and a picnic shelter. If this is the case, we understand from the community that the Changing Places toilet is the clear priority. I understand that you have been talking to officers about how the community might support a submission, and they will be in touch with you soon to confirm the final list of projects and discuss a letter of support from the former project control group. The next question is from Mr. Jeffrey Richards. It relates to numbers 3 and 5 East Street Reservoir. The entire 2 blocks of this street had a graceful avenue of well-developed trees. To me, and I'm not an arborist, the avenue seemed strong and healthy, and there appeared to be no overhead wiring or similar concerns. Yet recently, the trees outside numbers 3 and 5 East Street were professionally cut down and grubbed out. For what reason were the trees removed, and is there a mature tree replacement program, and if not, why not? And then relating to 33 Story Road, I have written before on removal of 2 nature strip positioned, again part of the full avenue of trees from this single block, and was advised they were ruled unfit by an arborist, yet they appeared to be the same as all the existing remaining trees lining the road. A double entry driveway was installed, and the developer placed a single small tree as agreed within the front garden. As there are plenty of space for at least a single mature tree planting in the nature strip, is this being proposed, and if not, why not? And is there a mechanism for preserving the beautiful avenues of trees existing throughout Davern from such streetscape damage? Thank you, Mr. Richards, for these questions. The trees were removed in relation to 3 and 5 East Street. The trees were removed due to structural concerns resulting in an unacceptable risk to public safety. There are 15 new trees to be planted on East Street as part of Council's 6,000 trees program. The ideal size for the new street tree is around a 40-litre pot. This is because this size has the best chance of establishing well. It is not prone to vandalism and represents the best value for money. The trees outside 32 Story Road are to be replaced this planting season. So onto the second address. Council has several mechanisms for preserving trees in the municipality, including Council's tree protection local law, significant landscape overlays, and Council's urban forest policy. Typically, the only allowable reasons for removing street trees is if a tree is dead, dying, hazardous, or subject to a development application where there is no reasonable alternative. Officers will make phone contact with you this week to discuss the trees proposed for this street and the processes followed to select the right tree for the right location. Thank you to all community members who submitted those questions. That does bring us to an end of the questions that were submitted prior to the meeting. So councillors will now move into the rest of the agenda. I'm just rearranging my screen. With the first item on the agenda, no apologies, we'll move first to petitions. I haven't been made aware of any petitions. No, so as there are no petitions, we'll move to consideration of reports. And the first item.
Mayor, technically,
Yes, Councillor Lawrence.
I have got 3 petitions, plus I draw your attention that we haven't confirmed the minutes. I did try to alert you to that earlier.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. That's very good that you've drawn my attention to that. So what I'll propose, councillors, is that we just take a step backwards and go to item 4 on the agenda, which is confirmation of the minutes. Can I have a mover to confirm the minutes? That's moved by Councillor Williams and seconded by Councillor Lawrence. All those in favour? Those minutes are moved unanimously. Thank you once again, Councillor Lawrence, for picking me up on that. Councillor Lawrence, you have some petitions.
I had some technical difficulty with my desktop email, but I have 3 petitions to table. Can I do them in a sequence or all 3 together or one at a time?
Why don't you tell us about them together and we'll table them as one lot. I think that will work quite well. Thank you.
I have some petitions here around 67 regarding where the undersigned residents and users of Strathallan Open Space call on Darwin Council to set aside 1.5 million from the open space reserves. So that's in addition to the 610 that have already been submitted. I have another petition here, petitions, 51 petitions. Undersigned residents call on Darwin Council to consider a $36 million upgrade for a 50-metre outdoor pool at Reservoir, 50-metre pool at Reservoir. And that adds on to, I think, 500 or more petitions similar to that. And the final petition I have is a petition regarding the rate rise, and that's 28 people petitioning Darwin Council to reconsider a 2% rate rise.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie.
So, Councillor Lawrence, I'll take it that you're asking for those to be tabled and referred to the CEO. Councillor McCarthy, are you seconding that?
I'm happy to second it, Mayor, but I just wanted to understand how are people signing petitions during stage 4 restrictions?
I'm happy to explain. Some of these I should have brought up in the previous meeting. They've been building up, but others I have been getting. Even 2 days ago, I got 30 petitions from, I think it was the open space. So people are mailing things. So there is some mail deliveries, but I'm not sure in the last 2 days, but I think I got one about 5 days ago, 3 or 4 days ago.
Okay. So we will, we've got a motion that those be tabled and referred to the CEO. That's moved by Councillor Lawrence and seconded by Councillor McCarthy. All those in favour? And against? Thank you. Are there any further petitions? Councillor Williams?
I do, but I haven't counted them. So I was just happy to bring them in at the next council. So I might do that.
Why don't you do that? I think it is worth at this point reminding all councillors and all community members that any activity that seeks to gather signatures on a petition in person as opposed to an electronic petition at this point would be contrary to stage 4 restrictions. So if you are aware...
These are about a month old, so
yeah, no,
we haven't had a council meeting for a while.
Yeah, no, understood. Thank you, Councillor Williams. It's just a reminder, I suppose, also for any community members that it would be contrary to stage 4 restrictions at this time to be collecting in-person signatures on any item. On the other hand, an electronic platform would be an acceptable way to do that at this stage. So thanks again. That is petitions. So we'll now move to consideration of reports at item 7, and the first is the Mayor Park Master Plan. I'll ask Ms. Olivier to join us in the event that there are any questions. There appear to be no questions, so is there a motion? Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. I've got an alternative motion which officers will have, which has an additional point 3. in addition to the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. We'll get that up on the screen so everybody can have a look.
I'll just foreshadow, I've got another amendment that was sent through to.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. So we'll get first to the motion proposed by Councillor McCarthy. Yes, Councillor Greco? Just while we're getting it up on the screen.
Yeah, Mayor Rennie, given that this alternate motion has been put, can we get some comments from our officers in relation to the additional point that Councillor McCarthy wants to introduce?
Certainly, thank you, Councillor Greco. What I'll do is I'll make sure that it is actually a motion in front of us by seeking a seconder, and then once again there will be an opportunity for any councillor, as it might be a motion that differs from the recommended option, for councillors to ask a question. So we're just waiting for that motion to come up on the screen. And here it is. Councillor McCarthy, if you could just confirm that with the addition of those words, prior to determining the final perimeter treatment, conducts consultation. So that is the motion.
If I could ask that the actual
size of the font to be increased.
Yes, because it's very small on a small screen. Thank you.
So we might try and get that increased. We can keep going a little bit further, I think.
That's great. Thank you. Yep, that's correct. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Is there a seconder for that motion? That's seconded by Councillor Newton. So Councillor Greco, you had a question in relation to that?
Oops. Yeah, yes, I did.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Look, I just wanted to ask our officers just what the implications are in regards to that additional point 3 that has been included as part of this motion. And that question is directed to our officers. If we could have some commentary, please.
Ms. Olivier.
Sure. So, councillors, the main implication of that is just that there would be some extra work required to consult with community on essentially at the draft, sort of the detailed concept stage for that perimeter fence. There is, the perimeter treatments. What I'm not entirely clear on at this stage of the year is the extent to which that might delay some other work. So the other piece of work planned for Mayor Park this financial year is design of the play space. There is a risk that it could delay some of that design activity.
Thank you. Councillors, are there further questions? Councillor Greco?
Yeah, I just had a question that relates to Mayor Park, but it's also connected to other master plans. I understand that the Mayor Park master plan is over a 10-year period, and I just wanted to understand why this plan is over 10 years when the Reuven master plan is over 20 years, and why there's a difference, and what considerations are there in having such a difference in regards to the life of the master plans.
Thank you for the question. Ms. Olivier?
I think the truth is all master plans are long-term documents, and council will make the decision about its priorities each year when it forms its budget decision about what's most important. And the 10-year capital works plan sort of charts a course for the long run, which council also refreshes every year. So neither of those parks are kind of different in that regard. Mayor Park is being essentially treated the same way that other parks are. The master plan sets a long-term course, and the timing of implementation is a decision that council takes on an annual basis.
Thank you. Councillor Greco?
Yeah, look, I just don't think my question's actually been answered. My question was why this master plan is 10 years compared to the Reuven master plan, which is over a 20-year period. Why are we having two different type spans for what appear to be very, very similar master plan processes.
I think the main difference is the scale of change at both parks. So the Maya Park implementation, what's proposed at Maya Park is a smaller scale of change from what's currently there. And so actually the level of investment required over time is less. So there is that difference between the two parks as well.
Thank you. Councillors, I'm keen for us to move into debate. Councillor Lawrence?
Yes, Mayor Rennie, I just had a question about this master plan process. I'm aware there's a big community push in the area now regarding the golf course becoming open space. So is this master plan going to be subsumed in a few months' time by a bigger vision for the 24 hectares of the Northcote Golf Club?
Ms. Olivier.
Might ask Sunny Haynes if she's able to respond in the first instance.
Sure. Through you, Mayor Rennie, the master plan is confined to just Maya Park, but it fully considers that open space, which is currently the Northcote Golf Club. So it already considers things like access and habitat corridors and things like that. So we wouldn't see the master plan for Maya Park being impacted by considering a different use for the golf club over time.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. I'd like to go back to Councillor McCarthy as the mover to speak to the motion now.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you also, Councillor.
I move an amendment, Mayor Rennie.
Councillor Lawrence, I'm not going to entertain an amendment until I've heard from the mover.
Okay.
Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, councillors, for your interest in the item. But a really special thanks to all the community members that have been involved in getting us to this point, and along with the council officers. Of course, Maya Park has been, I suppose the vision for this master plan has been guided by a project control group comprised of community members supported by council officers who've done an enormous amount of work over many meetings to get us to this point. There's been multiple rounds of community consultation. There's been testing of the key ideas in this master plan. And of course, there has been a really strong level of interest in how we balance the different uses at Maya Park. I have to acknowledge I'm a regular Maya Park user. I live not far from the park and have spent a lot of time pre-COVID times, both at the soccer club, also just in general with my kids. And of course, as many of us have experienced, turning the exercise equipment into the de facto play space that we really desperately need at Maya Park, because when it comes to the communities that Maya Park serves, it is of course those communities directly to the east and the south, also to the north, and of course there are even people from the moorland side of Mary Creek who make their way up to Maya Park for soccer and other sorts of things. This master plan sets out a vision. It is a vision over 10 years because some of the items do require that level of longer term thinking. But of course, there are some things that can happen much sooner. And the play space is one of those. It's an incredibly exciting project. And whilst I acknowledge the officer's comment earlier, I don't think there should be anything that stands in the way of getting on with that play space and that play space design process, which we have funded in the budget for this year. I should acknowledge the additional point which I included, and that's to respond to the various views that are in the community about how we create the safest environment we can around Maya Park, particularly at the Norman B Avenue frontage and also at the Leinster Grove frontage. There are different ways to do this, and what we really need is an evidence-based evaluation with strong community engagement through that process in terms of how we ensure that Maya Park continues to have that accessibility in place, but also make sure that we don't have the risk of kids running onto the road. Kids there, I know what it's like. So it may be some sort of fencing, it may be vegetation, it may be a whole range of things. I'm not seeking to try to determine that tonight. and certainly the sentiment from the range of community views that I've heard from over the recent days and recent weeks, and in fact over recent years, has been that we really need to look at what's going to work. And it may not be one solution all across the board, it may be a range of things. So this is really about making sure that in the master planning process going forward, we actually have that ability for the communities to have that input. As councillors would see as well, there is a series of design principles which are really about protecting the open space component of Mayor Park, and particularly the ability for the playing surface to be exactly as it is, in the sense that it supports a range of sporting activities, but also that there are informal recreation activities.
Let me know the clock has stopped.
As the Mayor, all right, I'll wrap my comments up there, Mayor, because I don't want to take up more time than I'm allowed. Just to say that an enormous thank you to the community members that have been involved and dedicated an enormous amount of time to get us to this day, Park, which this community deserves and loves and has called for.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Councillors, can I check in? I was getting some distortion of sound then from Councillor McCarthy. Was that my end or was that everyone getting that?
I was as well.
Yeah,
okay, thank you.
Couldn't make out what was going on.
And also the clock had stopped too.
Okay, I'll keep an eye on the clock. Thanks, Councillor Williams. Councillor Newton, you're the seconder. Thank you. I'll first see if the seconder would like to speak or reserve. Councillor Newton?
I reserve my right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence, you have an amendment.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to move the first amendment that was put in, that then prompted Councillor Trent McCarthy put in his amendment, because I'd like to put that in because it addresses emergency issues. It was submitted first.
I'll remind you that the order in which people send things is immaterial in terms of how things get moved. So
I'm glad I prompted some movement. Man, I'm very happy.
So Councillor Lawrence,
I'd like to put that the original 3 that's there on the screen as an amendment.
Okay, so Councillor Lawrence is suggesting that the point 3 as proposed by Councillor McCarthy's amendment, or Councillor McCarthy's motion, apologies, be replaced with another point 3. So we'll just get that up now. So Councillor Lawrence, if you can confirm that what's on the screen is the amendment. So that's correct. The point 3. Thank you. I'll firstly ask the mover and seconder if they accept the amendment.
No.
No. I'll therefore seek to know if there's a seconder for that amendment. That's seconded by Councillor Williams. We'll debate the amendment now. Councillor Lawrence, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, Mayor Rennie. Look, I put in this motion originally not to fast track the whole 10 years of the plan, which I think is sort of going to become a bit of a mirage at a certain point. As Councillor Greco said, we've got lots of 20-year master plans. I've got 13-year, 7-year-old master plans for bridges that haven't been built. It goes on and on. But this is a safety issue. Now, I'm glad that Councillor McCarthy was then stirred to put in his own amendment after I put mine in, because it shows that we do have the budget to move on to protecting players and children from Normanby Avenue. And that's been detailed in some of the plans already, which includes raising mounds of earth, vegetation, and fences. And there's a whole range of things in there. Those tools are in there now. Let's not waste 6 months or 10 years worrying about the rest of it. Let's get on with the safety issue and make sure that there aren't lives put at risk immediately.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Williams.
I just want to sum up that I'd also have to agree that any type of barrier or safety along the main road of Normanby Avenue, I think is quite vital, particularly that strip of Mayor Park, even though if there's an overlap between the fencing, so it still allows people to get through. But in reference to the height, I think it's important that we are protecting not only the pedestrians and animals, but also it's the vehicles that are using that very busy strip of road.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Are there any further speakers to the amendment? Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I appreciate the recent interest by Councillor Lawrence in this item. I should say, though, that there has been a rigorous community process. I think it's important to respect the work that's actually been undertaken by community members to get us to this stage. There's very particular reasons why the recommendations have been framed in the way that they have been. And I think it's important that councillors who may not be as across the particular local issues and the different opinions and views on how we solve the safety challenges around Mayor Park actually prioritise both the community interest in this, but also understand that it's important for us to actually let the community engage in this particular matter in a way that actually involves them rather than a councillor putting forward what they think is the solution. Having engaged with the proponents of both the petition for offence and also signatories, most people, I think, understand and agree that the way forward here is not for council to choose one option that is going to solve the problem, but rather, in fact, takes a really inclusive approach to stop looking at that. So that's why the amendment that I've put forward actually responds to what the community is saying and has been saying now, rather than jumping to a particular outcome. Also, I would say that the wording of the amendment put forward by Councillor Lawrence has a number of issues with it. It's not specific. It lacks detail. It's very unclear in terms of how it would be implemented, in that it talks broadly about funds. And it also talks about both fencing and vegetation, when in fact, and a lot of community members can see that you could use vegetation in some components, fencing in others, and in some parts, in fact, they don't support for access issues, putting any barrier in those places as well. So this is really about putting the community at the forefront of the
That's
solution.
time. Thank you. Are there any further speakers to the amendment? Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Look, I'll be speaking in favour of the amendment. It's unfortunate that we can't combine both the points that Councillor McCarthy has raised with the amendment that Councillor Lawrence has been putting forward. Look, I think, from my knowledge about this project, that there is a clear understanding by the community and a clear concern by the community about the safety issues. I think it would be a wise decision to actually bring forward those issues and for council to actually commit funds to getting that work immediately underway. I would like to see, and I probably flag this, to see about moving an amendment that does that with the consultation of the community in that process, but with a clear upfront commitment that the council would be going down that path of making something happen this financial year in relation to the perimeter fence. So I see the benefit in what Councillor Lawrence is trying to do, is address a safety issue, an immediate safety issue. And I think if we could combine that with community consultation, I think we can achieve a really good outcome for the community and actually show that we are listening to the community, we take these master plans seriously, and that we prioritise the work initially, at least from a safety perspective. Thank you.
So thank you, Councillor Greco. Councillor Amir.
Thank you. Just to echo some of the comments made by Councillor McCarthy, and I suppose to bring in experience from my local area in West Preston, the experience of Robinson Cap Reserve, when there was a perimeter fence put in around the oval, and that was something where there were very strong views from the community, and some were very happy with the outcome, some were extremely unhappy and remain unhappy with the structure at the site. So I guess personally I'd be concerned that I feel like we should be learning from our mistakes and not going through that process again, where we put in proposal and offence first and then ask questions later. And instead we want to do it the other way around and having it come from the community in a way that's responsive to the many, many needs and the many users of the area. The other, I suppose, anecdote I wanted to share was I first became aware of this issue when I got elected, or soon before I got elected in 2016, with talking to some of the members of the local soccer club about and also parents at risk of kids running out in the street, balls going out. And it was actually Councillor McCarthy who introduced me to some of those residents and those club players. So he said to me at the time that this was an important issue. We really needed to make sure we did have a fence put in there. So I suppose I wanted to make sure that that was very clear. Councillor McCarthy has been raising this issue for 4 years now, so there's no stronger supporter of getting a good outcome on that site. So I absolutely would be backing him in his position with supporting the substantive motion.
Thank you, Councillor O'Meara. Are there any further speakers? So we've just spoken to the amendment. We'll now put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour? And against? So, Councillor McCarthy, you voted twice. Can I just, I will need to do that again just to be sure. So we are voting on the amendment proposed by Councillor Lawrence. We all clear? I haven't got that confused, I don't think. So all those in favour of the amendment? And against? That amendment is lost. We have Councillors Lawrence, Greco and Williams voting in favour, and Councillors Rennie, McCarthy, Newton, Lassurf and O'Meara voting against. Thank you. So
my audio is dropping out at the moment, so I'm not sure if you can hear me okay, but I'm getting a...
We can now, but there was a time when you were cutting in and out. So hopefully we'll just keep track of that. Councillor McCarthy, if it continues to be a problem, we'll need to get you some tech support, because it is obviously, for very obvious reasons, very important that we're all clear what we're voting on.
Thank you.
So, councillors, we'll return to debate on the substantive motion, and we've heard from Councillor McCarthy. Are there other speakers to the motion? Councillor Greco.
Mayor Rennie, I'd like to move an amendment as I flagged previously, and the amendment will be basically incorporating the amendment that was put forward by Councillor Lawrence, with, in addition to that, another sentence which captures basically the...
Councillor Greco, the governance local law makes it clear that I can require amendments in writing, which, given that we're operating in the virtual space, is what I'm going to do, because I'm not so much interested in the intent of what you want to achieve as the actual words which need to be submitted in writing. So email council business if you have it. If you don't have it, I think that it's best to avoid on the spot amendments. So whilst you're doing that, and it may be too late, I'm sorry, but I'm going to be pretty strict. There was an opportunity for everyone to send amendments through before 12 o'clock. We cannot, with the agenda we have tonight, hold up meetings to try and workshop amendments on the spot. So I won't have that, but you will need to, and this will apply to every councillor throughout the entire evening. If you wish to propose an amendment, you must have it in writing. So are there any others?
Could I just say, oops, could I just say on what basis are you making that ruling? Because I don't see that ruling reflected in the...
It's as per the governance local law. I will find the clause. Page 22. Please bear with me. This same issue came up. Stephen Mann, if you can find the clause, I've relied on it in the past.
Through you, Mayor Rennie.
Yes.
Clause 4.12, the chairperson may require that motions and amendments be submitted in writing.
Thank you. On what page is that?
It's on page 21 of our governance rules. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Councillor Greco, as Mr. Mann has pointed out, the chairperson may require, and that is actually consistent with the practice that I exercised in the last council meeting, and it is the practice I intend to exercise tonight.
Mayor Rennie, if I just can raise a point of clarification. I note that Councillor McCarthy's amendment came in at 3:33 p.m. this afternoon after that deadline that you just spoke about. So the question is, why have we considered that and not able then to consider?
So Councillor Greco, I'm not relying on the email I sent to councillors saying send everything in by 12 o'clock in order to exclude an amendment at this point. I'm relying on the clause in the governance local law which says that amendments may be required in writing. So there is no clause in the governance local law that says amendments have to be in by 12. That's as a courtesy to council officers to ensure that they're able to get the material on screen and make sure the meeting runs smoothly. I want everybody to be very clear this is the rule that will apply throughout the whole evening. In writing might mean that if something occurs to you now and you send it to council or business and they have it in writing for half an hour's time when an item comes up, that it will be in writing and I will accept it. But what I won't accept is wordsmithing on the spot. We have a motion in front of us. We're going to debate the motion.
Therefore, I do have a motion and it is in writing, which is Councillor Lawrence's point 3 and then Councillor McCarthy's point 3 up to the sentence, up to the point of where with a full stop after subject to COVID restrictions in brackets full stop.
I think given that we've voted on the motion put up the amendment by Councillor Lawrence and that has been discounted, that we can't revisit that, and that's actually, you haven't supplied it in writing. The fact that other people have supplied it in writing, it's not clear to me what it is you're proposing. I don't have that on screen in front of me at the moment. So if you can get busy typing, by all means. I suspect you've missed the window, and it's a reminder to all councillors, this is the rule that will apply for the evening. It will apply equally to everyone. Councillor Lawrence, do you wish to speak? So I'm now looking for speakers to the substantive motion in front of us.
Mayor Rennie, I was seeking your new rules that are changing tonight. I was going to put another amendment fairly much along the lines of Councillor Greco's, and I almost did this at the beginning because my amendment is not in conflict with Councillor.
So Councillor Lawrence, if you have an amendment, email it to everyone.
Well, it is email there for everyone, and you've had the first one was mine, which was the first number 3.
Yeah, but Councillor Lawrence, stop. You have had every opportunity. We have debated at length. Most councillors actually spoke to your amendment. It has been debated at length. It has been put to a vote and it has lost.
Mayor Rennie,
orderly business of the meeting.
We are talking about the lives of my friends and my family's kids. So it might be just funny games for you, but it's not for me. Very serious that we get onto that barrier. Now,
Councillor Lawrence.
Procedurally, we've been listening now and finding that all sorts of monkey business has been going on this afternoon in terms of how amendments are taken or considered. And I think it's been quite clear from what the conversation.
Councillor Lawrence, I'll stop you there. My ruling, I'm the chair of this meeting and I determine, okay, the governance local law is in front of me. Mr. Mann has pointed out the clause. I did refer and rely on that clause in the last meeting, okay? It is for the courtesy of your colleagues and for the smooth running of the meeting. Most people submitted amendments earlier today. If you believe you may have a further amendment, get busy typing, send it to all councillors and council business. We will have it in writing, people can access it. I will not entertain amendments on the spot. So we will proceed with the debate and I'll have no
I'm
further
moving an
interruptions.
amendment quite simply.
No, Councillor Lawrence, send it in writing.
Words that
Put it,
are-
and I'm very simply saying, put it in writing.
I'm only moving the words that you have in front of you. And I would remember, it might only be 50 people looking at this right now, but there's a lot of parents looking at this right now and how we're conducting ourselves.
Councillor Lawrence, please be quiet.
The
only amendment
the
from
conduct you're meant to carry into this chamber.
Councillor Lawrence, I've asked you to cease speaking. Okay, I have made a ruling. Okay, and we will proceed with the meeting. You submitted an amendment. That amendment has been thoroughly debated. Okay, we will now proceed with the meeting. We have heard from the Speaker. Is there anyone who would like to speak to the motion as proposed by Councillor McCarthy? Councillor Lawrence, you have 2 minutes.
Mayor Rennie, I'm going to speak to them in favour of the motion because it's obvious what's going on here now. And I certainly was shocked to hear that this amendment was belatedly put in at 3 p.m. because fundamentally getting the fencing fixed and safe and the mounding and the vegetation has been thoroughly debated with the community and is in the structure, in the master plan. Councillor McCarthy's amendment simply pushes things out for another 6 months and another 6 months. I'm trying to eradicate a risk, a very nasty risk factor. I'm shocked that there's only been one accident along that road reported. It's a very busy road. We're putting in a lot of activities into Maya Park. And this is a very simple safety measure. We've got the money there. Let's get on and do the fencing. So I just find it extraordinary the lengths this council will go to avoid taking action. And, you know, the 10-year master plan, I'm worried that this is all going to end up overturned by greater events such as the Northcote golf course being turned into a major park. And really, we need to get into the safety elements of this straight away, not in 6 months, straight away. There's no excuse. We seem to have mega developments and mega developers working away, and we can't even actually do one simple action along the safety of Normanby Avenue in that area. Now, this motion as it is put doesn't stop officers getting on with it. And I hope people get on with it.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence.
I move a procedural motion.
Yes, Councillor McCarthy.
The motion to be put to the vote.
That's a procedural motion. There won't be any debate on that. Is there a seconder for that? There's a seconder, Councillor Lasserf. Thank you. That's a procedural motion that the motion be put to the vote. All those in favour? And against? That motion was carried. We had Councillors Rennie, Amir, Newton, Lasserf, McCarthy and Williams voting in favour and Councillors Greco and Lawrence voting against. There is no further opportunity for debate. We'll now put the motion to the vote, and this is the motion that Councillor McCarthy has proposed in relation to Mayor Park. All those in favour? And against? That motion is carried. Councillor Newton, just for the record, you'll need to put your hand up in front of you because it's very hard to see your hand with that background.
Thanks, Mayor. I might take off the background because I'm finding that too.
Thank you. That was carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We'll now move on to the next
Mayor,
item.
If I could just make a comment. I just did try to send you an amendment, but unfortunately I was just cut off by Councillor McCarthy's gagging motion. I'll just point that out.
Councillor Greco, I find the reference to a gagging motion completely offensive, and I'll ask you not to say that again. You were afforded an opportunity, and that's the same opportunity that's been afforded to everyone. So please refrain from further offensive comments like that. I can see on the email that that has now come through. We have spent more than half an hour on this item. I think that it's been thoroughly debated, and we'll thank you all for moving on to the next item, which is the Pandas Park Stage 2 place-based design. We'll first invite Ms Haynes and Ms Olivier to join us in case there are questions. Councillors, are there any questions? Councillor Lawrence and then Councillor Greco.
Yes, Mayor Rennie, I just had a question about the vegetation that was raised, and I know it was raised in the paper and by people online regarding the initial sort of move to get rid of some vegetation. And so did that all get resolved with those residents in terms of the preservation of earlier plantings?
Thank you, Ms. Olivier.
I might ask Sonny Haynes to respond.
Through you, Mayor Rennie, yes, there was a process back in February to look again at the stage 1 place-based design to see if all of the place-based elements and that existing vegetation could both be accommodated. And following that, the design was updated, and then that stage 1 has now been delivered with that vegetation still in place. So yes, it was all resolved.
Thank you. And Councillor Greco, you have a question?
No, I'm fine, Mayor Rennie. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? No. Is there a motion? Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation as listed.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence, I'll take that you're happy to second that if that's what you're indicating, but I can't hear you because you are on mute.
Yes, I'll second that.
Thank you. Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Lawrence, for seconding this. As councillors would know, we have had multiple rounds of consultation in relation to the Pendas Park Master Plan, and we're now in a really important stage, which is the stage 2 place-based design. One of the things that councillors would be hopefully aware of is that there is extraordinary community ownership and interest in what happens at Penda Park, because it is, for many residents, the go-to place for engaging with the rest of the community, particularly those with young kids, and in fact older children as well. It's also a park which I think, and I think this is what's been borne out by the consultation, is a place where we can have really inclusive play spaces and intergenerational play spaces. And so what we have here is the endorsement of the play space stage 2 engagement report, which really enables us to move ahead with the approved design. Councillors would also recall during question time that there was a question from one of our residents who's also been part of the PCG regarding council making application to the state government to support a changing places facility. At this stage, we haven't seen that financial contribution from the state government, but I think as a council, I'm sure we'd welcome any contribution from the state government towards Penda Park, because it is a place which is the one green open space for a lot of residents. It is their walkable open space, and in fact, it will be the open space for many people living as far away as the Preston Junction and Plenty Road development corridor there. So it's really important that we invest not only in this park, but invest in a way that actually supports a range of play activity, not just for younger children, but also for older children, and in fact, parents, carers, grandparents, you name it. So what we have here is that consultation report, and of course, also the endorsement of the delivery process as well. I just wanted to thank everyone who's been involved. It's been a really difficult process to consult on, and obviously during COVID times, that engagement has largely been online. I'd also acknowledge our Mayor, Councillor Susan Rennie, has been at every one of those sessions, I believe, which is a pretty extraordinary feat. So it's important that even though we're coming together online with people and giving them the opportunity to feedback, and the feedback has been exceptionally positive and really strong and supportive, that there is also that councillor engagement as well. So thank you to you, Mayor, as well, for being there and hearing from the community directly. I would just also note that in terms of what's actually proposed, this is, I think, a really standout place-based process design, and I think it really responds to what originally we wanted to see at Penda Park, which is a really inclusive approach to engagement and play.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, Mayor Rennie. Yeah, I was just recently going through our place-based policy and reviewing it, which was it's earmarked 2010 to 2020, so 2010 to 2020. And there's a lot of these neighbourhood parks, and Pender Park really, I think now what's we've been put forward is a model of what should also happen in places like Clements Reserve. Because there's some neighbourhood parks we have that have some play equipment, some space equipment, some vegetation, some revegetation, but maybe not enough for shade, and some lack toilets as well. So I think, obviously it's too late for this council, but hopefully a new council will really look intently and strategically at getting neighbourhood parks up to scratch in regards to duplicating what we're putting forward here in Penders Park.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Councillors, before we proceed to any further debate, it had been brought to my attention that on the screen in terms of the recommendation, there was a slight change from what was in the report. I'm just going to get Ms. Olivia to come online and explain that so that it's actually explicit. It was a minor correction. Ms. Olivia, apologies, I probably should have asked you to do that before we began the debate.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Officers have made a revised officer recommendation for this one. Essentially, in point 2, we'd used the incorrect title for the document that was attached at Appendix A. So that's the substance of the change in the officer's recommendation. I think the wording in your papers talked about a community engagement document. We've updated that so it specifies the title as the concept design for stage 2.
Thank you, Ms. Olivia. I will just check with the mover and seconder that with that said, I don't believe it changes anything substantive, but it's good to have clarified just so we're clear, because what's on that screen is what will appear in the minutes and it is what we will be voting on in terms of the way in which that document is named. Are there any further speakers? No, I'll then put that to the vote. All those in favour? And against? That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, and I would also like to echo your words of thanks in relation to the community members who participated. I joined the last of the sessions on Saturday and heard the community feedback in relation to the place-based design, and it was absolutely delightful to hear feedback from community members, including from children who will be using that place-based once it's up and built. It's exciting times. We'll now move to item 7.3, which is the cat curfew. Yes, Councillor Williams.
I've got a procedural motion to defer the item 7.3 until February 2021.
Councillor Williams, what I'll do first is actually, before we get to motions, to hear from the officers or actually provide the opportunity for any questions of the staff. So I'll get Ms. Olivia to join. Before we move to any motions, do any councillors have a question for Ms. Olivia? No, it would appear there are no questions. So thank you, Councillor Williams. I will come back to you, but I would remind all councillors not to jump in with a motion until we've provided that opportunity for questions. So Councillor Williams, a procedural motion that the item be deferred. To in the date?
February 2021.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Greco. I'll just check the rules in relation to that being a procedural motion as to whether we...
Yeah, I think it's under...
Ms. Wilkinson?
Mayor Rennie, so there can be debate, but limited to the reasons for deferral, and there is no right of reply. And you're looking at page 31.
Thank you. So that was moved by, sorry, I'll just have to make sure I get note down. That was moved by Councillor Williams and it was seconded by Councillor Greco. So Councillor Williams, you would have heard Ms Wilkinson's, the debate is limited to the reasons for deferral and the date, and there's no right of reply. So we'll now debate the procedural motion that it be deferred to February 2021. Councillor Williams, over to you. You have 3 minutes.
Progressive management involving a volunteer curfew is definitely a far better way forward, just like the desexing program. 29% of the households of cats owners and their households would have not been familiar with this online policy that we are now looking at tonight with tonight's council meeting. The only consultation that the community has been is via Your Say website, which disadvantages the community, providing once again this council should have that proper consultation, that there should be a hard copy that should be sent out to the community in languages other than English. I can't fathom why we are considering such a new policy during a pandemic while we're all facing high levels of uncertainty in the community. Council wants to fast track new policies and start handing out fees to residents, which is a concern that residents are having. And catching cats and sending them to animal shelters, and the nearest animal shelter is actually about 15 kilometres away. Once the cat ends up in the pound, it then has at least 40% chance that it'll end up dead, which doesn't make sense when this council has spent 5 to 6 years working towards a no-kill policy, and yet this policy works against everything that DAMP has been working towards. We already have a no-kill policy that was under a 5%, and now it's gone up to over 400% that we're putting animals down. The policy that is in front of us tonight goes against everything that this council has been working towards. And my second reason, particularly for this policy that I'm not happy about, that I think that we should be combining this policy with the no-kill policy. We've done this with another agenda item that's coming up, that we've combined two policies together. As one of the policies that works, the reason for this that I believe they should be combined together is that one policy is working towards a zero animal to euthanize, and where this policy actually increases the number of animals that will be euthanized. It seems that the two policies are actually in conflict with each other. Council's unrealistic expectations to the enforcement and management is getting the community to contain their cat to a property. And these are financial costs, which are a building of enclosures, and ensuring that cats must be inside by 7 p.m. As you surely know, that not all cats carry a wristwatch, so they can't tell the time to be in by 7 p.m. There's no data to say that this will actually achieve and increase the population of wildlife. Thus, there is no proof that saving bird life is evidence, but we do have evidence of that. If we go ahead with this new policy, that will actually be increasing a 40% of murdering cats that will end up in the pound, for those that end up in the pound. So I believe that each micro environment needs to be appraised individually, and we need to do an evaluation before we send it into an animal system. And a way that we could do this is by GPS tracking on animals near the Merry Creek and see if there's.
Thanks, Councillor Williams.
Creek line.
That's time. Thank you. Councillor Greco.
Mayor Rennie, I'll reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? This is just as to whether we defer. Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, Mayor Rennie, I'd just like to support the deferral motion. There are some aspects in this I feel that is a bit rushed. And the biggest one, of course, is that this policy actually needs to be linked back to our no-kill policy, which has now sort of fallen by the wayside. I'm particularly concerned that, previously we were finding homes, rehoming 500 cats from our facility, and now the recent figures is only 8 being rehomed. So that means, of course, that the kill rate has gone very high from
our... Councillor Lawrence, I'll remind you that the only thing we're debating is the reason why we would defer it.
This is my reason why, because this could, jump up to 1,000 cats killed a year from this policy, unless we actually revisit our no-kill policy and have that in place. There's some other reasons about I'd like to defer it so that we do proper consultation with people from non-English speaking backgrounds and elderly people. And of course, the next one, which hasn't been debated by anyone, is whether or not our curfew policy should be, tailored around environmentally sensitive areas. That is, we know feral cats are the main killers of birds. We know domestic cats kill, but not all domestic cats travel so far to kill. So there are sensitive parts. So we could even have a more nuanced policy, and some places we may want to look at 24-hour curfew. And then the rest of the city, we might look at other curfews. So I think there's some other more permutations of this that should be consulted and really get more consultation, so that we don't end up with a backlash and we don't end up with like our parking thing where we rush forward, then have to backflip and reverse them.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Further speakers on the motion to defer? Councillor Amir.
Thank you. And I'd just like to respond to some of the arguments put forward by Councillor Williams, as I strongly believe that they're false. So the first incorrect statement was that 40% of animals that are found would be euthanized. Actually, what would happen in practice is where a cat was found out past the curfew, if they're microchipped, they'll be returned immediately to their home. So for every cat that's microchipped, they have no concerns whatsoever. They'll be home very quickly, safe and sound where they should be. And for those who are not microchipped, I understand there's lots of reasons why that might be, but that's something that we absolutely need to start resolving. I believe the rate that Councillor Williams was referring to was the rate for feral cats. So that would not be relevant for pet cats who would have a temperament that would absolutely allow them to be returned, hopefully, to their own home. Secondly, the issue of cost was raised, which is not relevant given that it's been explicitly stated in the report that there's not going to be additional cost associated with policing. Thirdly, the statement that there's no evidence that cats kill native animals. In fact, a study by ANU, which is a pretty reputable organisation, says that cats kill more than 1.5 billion native animals per year. So that's pretty cold, hard science. I know it's unpleasant, but it is the reality of what we're really debating tonight. I do take the point that it's a challenging time in the pandemic, and that we all have other things on our minds, but also we're still meant to be doing our jobs. We still need to be acting as councillors, and I think the ideal things that we should be doing moving forward, now that we've passed the budget for the year, are focusing on things like this, which can be done remotely. We can do community education remotely. We can talk to people. There's not any additional cost. So while we should be modest in our scope of new projects like this that are around community education and safety, and people are at home, the perfect time for cats to learn their new way of life.
Apologies, councillors. I put myself on mute because I have a chair that squeaks a lot. I was saying thank you, Councillor Newton.
Ready. Just briefly, I want to speak against this. There was talk about how there hasn't been enough consultation done, but we did first start consulting about this through our domestic animal management plan in 2017, and there were about 269 responses to a question about introducing a cat curfew to control cats from roaming at night. And also in the most recent consultation we did, we actually got 646 responses, where 77% supported just to dawn cat curfew. So I think the fact that we were able to get 646 people, cat owners and not cat owners, that responded to this consultation at this time means that it's fine to go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Newton. Are there any other speakers to the motion to defer? No, we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour of deferring? Oh, Councillor Greco, I'll put it to the vote now. Okay.
Mayor Reddy, sorry, I deferred my right to speak, and now I'd like to reinstitute my right to speak in relation to the motion. Okay, if you could be a bit quicker next time, because also I'm not going to keep revisiting things. If you want to speak, be ready to speak. So on this occasion, though, Councillor Greco, your right to speak, off you go. Thank you, Mayor Reddy. Look, I'll be supporting the motion of deferment. I think Councillor Williams has really covered off on a lot of the points in relation to this particular issue and the reasons why it should be deferred. I'll just focus on a couple which I think are quite important. One, I don't think that the report really goes into great depth in terms of the assessment of the impact on the community. We've got some sort of assessment in relation to the impact that it will have on native life in our community. But also, I don't think we have enough information in relation of the impact that it will have on the community, particularly low-income earners. And if you look at the consultation, people that were over 55, and particularly people over 65, the assumption here is that many of them would have pets for company. There was a very low participation rate in terms of the consultation. I believe people over 65, they were 6%, only 6% of people were consulted. And that's not to talk about people from a non-English speaking background, which were only 11% of people were consulted from a non-English speaking background, because the process at the moment discriminates against non-English speaking background people to actually be full participants in relation to the development of council policy. And the other point that I would make, I think why we need to defer is that I think by deferring we could have greater focus and attention on education rather than having an attention on a punitive method of trying to address this issue. So on those grounds, I think a deferment is to February would be good, enable us to have more conversations between ourselves and also more conversations with the community, and particularly the various experts that are out there in relation to this particular subject matter. I note that there are varying views, and the varying views come from quite respected people and bodies that have a stake in relation to biodiversity, and also have a stake in relation to the welfare of our pets. And we should balance all those views. And to do that, I think it's really necessary that we have extra time and that we defer this to February next year, as been suggested by Councillor Williams. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now put that to the vote. So we're voting on whether or not this item is to be deferred. All those in favour and against? That motion is lost. Councillors, is there another motion? Councillor Amir.
I'd like to move the motion as listed in
I think I put up my hand first anyway, but you're the chair, Mary Rennie, so I'll let you make that decision.
Councillor Greco, I'm a bit beholden to my screen and what it does and the way it displays faces. So, Councillor Amir.
Sorry, this is going to be a problem. I'm happy for Councillor Greco to move the motion.
I think Councillor Greco sent through something earlier today which actually could be an amendment equally. So I suggest that this is on screen. Councillor Amir will deal with this, and Councillor Greco could foreshadow an alternate motion or seek to amend. So moved by Councillor Amir, seconded by Councillor McCarthy.
Also just noting that while the motion's on the screen, I can't see the clock. Hang on, I'll see if I can. Okay, wait, sorry. Can I just have a second while I adjust that? Okay, yep, thank you.
Okay, terrific. So Councillor Amir, over to you.
Great, thank you. So what we have here is a proposal for a cat curfew from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., which came to us a few months ago to go forward to community for feedback. And through the consultation period, we had quite good engagement. There were 646 people who responded to the survey, plus 14 emails. I'm sure myself and I'm sure other councillors have received additional emails directly to councillors and comments through social media as well. And we can see through the report that those respondents were from across Darebin geographically in terms of age spread, including culturally and linguistically diverse families, and including cat owners and otherwise. And across that spread in total, 77% supported the cat curfew. So there was very strong support in the community for the curfew, especially with an additional 4% who were unsure, and the comments suggest that they were mostly broadly supportive as well. Of the 19% that did not support, there was a split between those who felt that the curfew did not go far enough and those who didn't want a curfew at all. So I understand it is a very challenging issue. It is a very emotionally charged issue for people who have cats and they believe those cats should be able to roam freely as they wish, and also people on the other side who have had strong personal negative experiences with cats, for example, cats defecating in their garden or keeping them up at night, and also those who feel really strongly about the protection of wildlife and was speaking before about the significant impact that cats have on native wildlife here in Darebin, and noting that we have a no local extinctions policy, and I'd say an absence of a cat curfew is not consistent with that policy. And I absolutely agree wholeheartedly with the comments that have been made earlier tonight, and some others that have been made by community members, that pet cats may not be, or are, I'll be happy to say are not, the primary cause of the loss of life of native animals, including threatened species. But that's why we need to take a multi-pronged approach. That's why we're trying to acquire new bushland and plant thousands of trees and tackle climate change. It's not the only answer, but it is part of the answer. And of course, we also acknowledge that feral cats play a role, but by having a cat curfew, we can reduce the number of feral cats by potentially reducing the number of kittens that are born and then remain, and making it easier to know that the cats who might be roaming out late at night are feral cats rather than a beloved pet. There's also the risk to cats themselves being out at night, being hit by cars, getting illnesses. And it's not just about the cats, but I'd say, like, if I was out driving and hit a cat, that would be quite a traumatic thing, and it's not fair to be doing that to people. So there's that safety issue as well. And I wanted to say thanks to everyone who provided feedback and participated in the consultation. It is a challenging decision, but I think that tension between people saying you need to go further and people saying this is too much, I guess, is in some sense evidence that we've got the balance about right. And some of the common concerns were about the increased cost, or about the increased risk to cats. And I just want to reinforce again that it's not going to be an additional cost to council. Where cats are found roaming, they'll be returned straight away and microchipped. And
Councillor O'Meara, I think you might be at time. There's a problem with the clock, so just wrap up if you could.
Right, it's nearly 4 minutes. And people won't be fined first off. So also just finally to note that many cat owners were supportive of this as well. So I'm happy to support this recommendation.
Thank you. Councillors, I'm going to start trying to run a timer myself just to try and keep us on track, acknowledging that Councillor O'Meara was working to the clock that was on the screen, which I think he's got a delay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
My screen has just gone blank. For some reason, I could still speak, but I'm speaking to a blank screen. And can you see me?
Yes, I can, Councillor Greco, so we can both see and hear you.
Okay, well, I can't see you. I'm going to try and fix up this technical problem. But yeah, just bear with me because I can't see anything. But I'm glad that you can see and hear me.
We can, thank you. Can you hear us, Councillor Greco?
Yes, I can. Yes.
Excellent. I'll ensure that someone gets on the line to assist Councillor Greco. In the meantime, Councillor Greco, are you okay to listen to debate while we're trying to get your video sorted out?
Hello?
Councillor Greco, I just said, are you okay to listen to the debate while we're trying to get you...
But I have an important amendment to move, Mayor Rennie,
okay.
So I hope not to be left out of the debate.
Okay, what we'll do is we will make sure, so noted, Councillor Greco, I will make sure that we do not move on before we get to your amendment. So I can absolutely assure you that we will not proceed. But in order to keep things moving, we might actually hear from the seconder or other speakers while we're sorting out Councillor Greco's video.
Mayor, I'm happy to reserve my right.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? So, Councillor Greco.
Well, Mayor Rennie, I'll move my amendment, and I have an amendment that I updated late this afternoon, and I hope that that can come on the screen.
Yes, Councillor Greco, I can confirm that that is now up on the screen.
Can people just read out to me what the first sentence is so that I know?
So, Councillor Greco, I will read out to you and you can confirm if it is correct. So it is the amendment and has your name on it. That Council, 1, formally adopts a voluntary dusk till dawn curfew, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. 2, as is the officer report, which supports a community education program prior to the implementation date. And 3, receives a council report in December 2021 to A, inform council of the scope, intent and effectiveness of
Maybe can I
community
just interrupt
education.
you there? It should not
Yes.
be 2021, it should be 2020.
Thank you. So that was A, to inform council of the scope, intent and effectiveness of the community education program and requirements for ongoing education. B, on how council might be able to provide transitional financial and non-financial incentives or support to cat owners, especially low-income residents, to improve responsible pet ownership in view of the cost impacts of cat enclosures. And C, with additional information from council's biodiversity officer that can provide a more substantial evidence-based assessment regarding the impact of cats on wildlife to help with future decision making. And number 4, seeks that a report be brought before council on the implementation of the voluntary curfew and its effectiveness following 12 months of operation. I will just note, Councillor Greco, that I think you've left wildlife, the word life, off the end of wild in point C. Is that correct?
Well, let's correct that.
We'll just get life added. So can I confirm that that is the amendment?
Yes, yes, Melanie.
Okay.
Yes, hello.
So, councillors, that's Councillor Greco's amendment. I think it's actually Councillor Greco's got some IT support on the phone, just making sure his screen gets up so he can see. And we might just stay online and see if that can be resolved quickly, because it would be preferable for Councillor Greco to have video feed.
Mayor Rennie, I think the CEO wanted to say something. She had her hand up.
Ms Wilkinson.
Mayor, I was just confirming that, just for Councillor Greco's benefit, that is the amendment that you sent through at 5:51 tonight, Councillor. So that is the one that's on the screen.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. You're on mute. I don't know if you're speaking to the IT support or to us.
Mayor, can I suggest that we take a 5-minute break while we try to work out Councillor Greco's IT issues?
Thank you, Ms Wilkinson. Let's do that because it's important that he be able to fully participate. So, councillors, it is 7:38. I'm going to ask that the meeting be formally suspended for 5 minutes and we will recommence at 7:43. Please don't go far. We'll get a note up on screen also for members of the public who are watching so that they know that we're taking a 5-minute break. Gaetano, you're back on track now. I'm not sure if you're speaking to me or RT. Can you hear me, Gaetano? If you can hear me, Gaetano, I can't hear you. Trent, can you hear me?
I can, yep.
I can hear you, Mayor.
Yep.
Thank you.
And I could hear Gaetano just before as well. Shuffling sound.
Okay, I've got Gaetano looking on mute as though he's muted. Now Gaetano looks as though he might have frozen. So councillors, I will ask if you're online that you turn your camera back on so that I can see that you're ready to go. It looks as though I've got Councillor Williams as well, but I think we might have lost Councillor Greco. Councillors, I'm not willing to proceed with item 7.3 without Councillor Greco here at this stage, given he's indicated that he wishes to move an amendment. With people's agreement, I would propose that we reorder the agenda to deal with a couple of procedural matters so that we can keep moving and come back. And I know that's a little bit unusual in the middle of a meeting, but I think that given the length of the agenda, that might be helpful. Can I get an active nod if people are happy for us to move perhaps to item 7.5, on which no one's indicated that they have an amendment? So if you could give me a nod. Okay, so councillors, what we'll do is we'll move to item 7.5, which is a somewhat more procedural motion on which no one's indicated any desire for amendment. And we will come back to the agenda prior to that. Ms Wilkinson, is that satisfactory from your point of view?
Yes, Mayor, I just note that item 7.5 has an amended officer's recommendation, which was circulated this afternoon, a very minor change to a reference to an attachment.
Okay, thank
Sorry,
you.
can I just ask a procedural question? Do we have to adjourn this debate because it's actually we're dealing with a motion at the moment? So adjourn the debate to later in the meeting?
Councillor Lasserf, I think you may be correct. Can I take that as a procedural motion that we adjourn debate? Seconded by Councillor McCarthy. Now, can I ask that we might need to be more specific, that we adjourn debate to the end of the to after 7.13, just so that we come back to it at the end, or would you rather adjourn to an earlier point?
No, that's fine with me.
Okay, so we'll adjourn the debate on item 7.3 to be heard after 7.13. That's a procedural motion. I propose we put that straight to the vote. All those in favour? Okay, thank you. I am proposing a reordering of the agenda, so I'll actually ask for someone to indicate if they are willing to move a motion that we reorder the agenda to now hear items 7.5, 6, 7 and 8. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Lasserf, seconded by Councillor Amir. All those in favour? Thank you. So we'll move now to item 7.5, noting that there is an amended officer's recommendation. And so Councillor Lasserf, unless there are any questions, are there any questions of councillors, of the officers?
Well, I'd just like to see the amended recommendation.
Here it is.
Yeah. I think I'm in. Hi, everyone. Fortunately, I'm back.
That's okay, Councillor Greco. I'll explain for a second what we've done because I wasn't willing to proceed on the cat curfew matter without you. So, Councillor Greco, we've moved a couple of procedural motions to reorder the agenda. We've suspended debate on item 7.3 because I wasn't willing to proceed without you in the meeting, given your interest. And we're now going to hear items 7.5, 6, 7 and 8 because I wasn't sure how long you might be out, and they are largely more administrative matters. So we've got item 7.5 up on the screen in front of us. Councillor Greco, for your reference, there is a slight change in the officer recommendation. It's just some wording in relates to an appendix. So is there a mover for 7.5? That's moved by Councillor Amir and seconded by Councillor McCarthy. Thank you, Councillor Amir.
Thank you. Sorry, there's some shouting. Maybe I shouldn't have put my hand up. So what we have here is the 3 items for property acquisition and disposal. And previously would usually have these as separate items on the agenda. So I'm happy to see this is brought together for efficiency. So all 3 sites are in Reservoir. One is around a discontinuance for right of way. One's a report on the outcome of statutory procedures for a proposed sale of land. And then also the third one to commence the statutory procedures for the proposed sale of land. And in each case, there's been consultation with each of the adjoining landowners, which has led to, in the case of the discontinuance and a clear way forward, also consultation with Yarra Valley Water. There's been no objections, so I'm happy to keep this short and move the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Amir. Councillor McCarthy.
I'll reserve my right, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There are no further speakers. Councillor McCarthy, can I just confirm whether you wish to speak in that case?
Happy to go to the vote.
Thank you. So I'll now put that item to the vote. All those in favour? And against? That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. So we'll move to item 7.6. I'll firstly ask the relevant officers to join us in case there are any questions. It's probably Ms Wilkinson or Mr Sagona. Councillors, are there any questions in relation to this item? There appear to be no questions, so is there a motion to be proposed? Councillor Lasserf, thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Lasserf, can I just confirm you're moving the motion as recommended? Thank you. And a seconder? Councillor McCarthy. Thank you, Councillor Lasserf. Over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. This motion is to make some changes to the instruments of delegation that we have to council staff. The changes are to update them given recent changes to legislation, and there is actually a change to the instrument of delegation to the CEO and some of the wording. This change has been brought about as we have been working with our lawyers, and they've recommended that we update the words within that delegation to make it very clear that the financial delegation to the CEO is $750,000 and it's all expenditure, not just contracts. So the recommendation there provides the updated wording. The other changes, as outlined in the report, include updating references to particular acts, so the Planning Environment Act and the Residential Tenancy Act, due to changes to the legislation or regulations and standards, so renumbering of things and the like. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Lasserf. Councillor McCarthy.
Happy to reserve my right.
Thank you. Councillors, Councillor Lawrence.
Mayor Rennie, just through you, just a general question. So this is different to the past delegations because it applies to contracts and other expenditure. I just wasn't sure what that means. What does other expenditures mean?
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. I'll allow that question because we moved at a fairly rapid pace, but we'll ask if councillors could try and get your questions in at the beginning before we commence debate. Mr. Sigona.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. The new Local Government Act, for the first time, specifically references expenditure as distinct from contract. In the latest revision of the standard delegations that we had from Maddocks, there was a suggestion that we should specifically reference expenditure in addition to contracts. There is not much expenditure that could not otherwise be considered as contractual expenditure. But for the avoidance of doubt, the recommendation from the lawyers is that we mention expenditure. If, for example, there was a legal matter, for example, and there may be a payout or a staff redundancy or something to that effect, a strict interpretation of the law would suggest that there's a contract there. But again, for the avoidance of doubt, that they were two particular examples that the lawyers that might be better kept more generally as expenditure. It's simply to give council a greater level of protection that nothing can potentially slip through the net and be considered as something other than the contract expenditure.
Thank you, Mr. Sigona. Councillor Lawrence, I hope that clarifies that for you. Thank you. Are there any further speakers? No. Councillor McCarthy, you reserved your right. Did you wish to speak?
No, happy for it to go to the vote. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll then put that to the vote. So we're voting on item 7.6. All those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We'll now go to item 7.7. which is in relation to the declaration of special charge Solar Savers Residential Batch 4. I've got staff member Vanessa Petrie here. Are there any questions of Vanessa in relation to this item 7.7? There are no questions. Is there a motion? Councillor Lasserf, the officer recommendation?
Yes, Mayor Rennie.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence, you seconding that?
Yes, seconding it, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Lasserf, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. This is to declare a special rates charge for the fourth batch of residential installations through the Solar Saver program. This is obviously, as I always say, become a very standard agenda item over the last couple of years. And this batch includes the installation of 13 installations on properties across Darebin, adding up to just over 62 kilowatts of solar capacity to Darebin's total. This has been through the process of advertising our intent to declare this special charge, and so we're at the end of the process for this batch. And after we've made this decision tonight, we can go ahead and make those installations on those 13 households. As you will see in the report, this, and as we all know, this special rate charge provides that low no interest loan basically to residents to allow the solar panels to be installed, and we're helping by paying those up front, and they'll be paying those back to us through that special rate charge over the next 10 years. I'll leave it there. Thanks, Mayor Rennie.
Thank you, Councillor Lasserve. Councillor Lawrence.
Mayor Rennie, yes, this is a motion that is quite good in the middle of this pandemic when things are not happening and industries are closing down. The future is renewables, and the Solar Saver scheme has been a groundbreaking scheme that actually uses our collective power through our rate system to fund and get people onto renewable energy. And it's again a case where our collective taxation power of the council, in that no one can run away from paying the rates, can also be used in a positive sense to refit our buildings and move into a renewable energy. And of course, these small things keep coming through council, but of course, this scheme has meant that Darebin has become the forefront of solar use in the country. So that's quite a good achievement of our community, of the staff involved and all the councillors involved. And I've been around long enough to remember when Councillor McCarthy and Councillor Cetus sat down and figured these things out. And it's now become a reality that, of course, is being imitated across the country, thankfully.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Are there any further speakers? There are none, so we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. And that brings us to 7.8. Once again, we've got Vanessa Petrie here, similar to the last. I can't see any questions, so is there a motion? Councillor Lasserve? Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor McCarthy? That's to the officer recommendation, which is on the screen. Councillor Lasserve, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. This motion is to give public notice on our intention to declare a special rate charge for the next batch of solar savers on residential property. So this is batch number 5, and this batch includes 27 households with a total installed capacity of nearly 136 kilowatts of solar being added to the Darebin renewable energy total. This, I guess, is a little bit back in the process compared to the last item. So we've given these 27 households their quotes, and now we are giving public notice that we want to declare that special rate charge. So once that public notice has been given, it's to come back to us and we can declare that charge. I will note that that the advertising will take us through to the pre-election period, but given this is now a routine business for us, we consider this nearly every meeting, that we will consider that declaration of a special rate charge during that period, which will be in September. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Lasserve. Councillor McCarthy?
Thanks, Mayor. I will take the liberty of speaking to this one because the report also refers to the progress of the new Solar Saver bulk buy stream, which I think was a really great innovation put forward by our officers to ensure that we could have continuity of the focus on low-income households with the Solar Saver traditional program, but also to be able to support a model that enabled anyone else who didn't fit into the low income category to also be part of Solar Saver, given the financial constraints that council faces under COVID-19. And as the report notes, and this is a really interesting figure, and I think it's a testament to the fact that people are still willing to engage, in fact, enthusiastically so. At the time of this report, 215 households have now joined the bulk buy stream, which is an extraordinary achievement. If you put that into context, that the original Solar Saver program, which was piloted with 300 pensioner households, we are almost at that same number in terms of the number of people that have already signed up to the bulk buy stream. So we are well on target. We've not only achieved doubling renewable energy and solar generation in the city of Darebin over the last few years, but we're also well on target in terms of getting to that 4,000 households across Darebin and 4,000 buildings, which will be achieved despite the fact that we've seen obviously an enormous disruption through COVID-19. So that progress continues. The bulk buy is part of that, and it is fantastic for those households that they've got an option and they can continue to engage with solar with a trusted provider and a trusted facilitator, being council in this case.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Are there further speakers? There are none, so we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. Councillors, as per the reordering and adjournment of items that we did on the agenda, we decided we'd hear 7.5, 7.6, 7.7 and 7.8, which we've now done. So we adjourned item 7.3 to the end of the reports, and so we'll now go back to 7.4, which I hadn't wanted to jump too early because I was also aware that Councillor Greco had possible amendments and an interest in that item. So we'll return now to item 7.4, which is the Darebin Libraries and Learning Strategy. The first thing we'll do, we've got Melanie McCartan here to answer any questions. Are there any questions for Melanie? And good evening, Melanie. Nice to have you with us.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie.
There are no questions for Melanie, so we'll now seek a motion. Hang on, sorry, my screen switched at the same time. Can I seek a motion? Sorry. That's Councillor Greco. So I'm not sure that's Councillor Greco's motion. So Councillor Greco, can I just ask what motion you wish to move? Because I think the officer recommendations come up on the screen.
Yep, Mayor Rennie, I've sent in a motion and it should cut. There it is.
That's it. Thank you, Councillor Greco. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't putting your hand up to something that wasn't your intention. So Councillor Greco is moving the motion on the screen. I'll just give everyone a minute to read it. I'll now ask if there's a seconder for the motion moved by Councillor Greco. Seconded by Councillor Lawrence. As that differs from the officer recommendation, I'll ask, provide another opportunity for any questions. There are no questions, so we'll move to debate. Oh, Councillor Amir, sorry, Councillor Lasserve.
That's okay, don't worry.
You're okay? Okay, so we have a motion which
Councillor Amir is now waving.
Councillor Amir.
Sorry, I didn't put my hand up before, but I am now. I guess I did receive the officer's advice on the earlier on. I guess to be more specific, my question would be whether item 3 is explicitly required to be undertaken in the current financial year as opposed to where it's currently planned in the 20-year forward work program.
So that would be a question of Ms McGrath or Ms McCartan in terms of the wording of that motion.
If I'm reading the wording through you, Mayor Rennie, if I'm reading the wording of the motion, it's calling for a feasibility report, study report to come back. And I probably defer to Ms McCartan about what the cost of preparing such a feasibility report could look like.
Thank you, Kerry. So based on most recent experience with the Preston Library feasibility study, we're estimating that a feasibility study would be in the range of $100,000 to $120,000 to explore a new library up in the northern part of Reservoir. That has not been budgeted for in the 2020-21 budget.
Sorry, that could I?
Yes, Councillor Amir.
Just to clarify, so I guess to be more explicit, sorry, perhaps I wasn't explicit enough in my first question. So noting that it's not in the current budget, but it is planned in the forward work program, I believe for the year 2022-23, would it be consistent to adopt this motion and to proceed with that plan in the within the current timelines of 22-23 as opposed to the current financial year, or would that be inconsistent?
I think there might be either a typo or a misunderstanding, because that work is actually scheduled for 2032-33.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, that's right. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding. So while we recognise that this is work we would like to do, there are other priorities, and so that's why that has been scheduled for 2032-33.
Sorry, I want to apologise. That was my error from flicking back and forth too quickly. Sorry, that wasn't your typo.
Thank you. Councillor Newton, you have a question?
Yes, Mayor Rennie. For you, it's just a question about, I can't remember exactly, but I'm sure this has come up in the last 4 years. So I remember noting that there's a Thomastown library that's quite close to Keon Park. And I was just wondering, and if we have to take it offline, that's fine, but does the officer have any information about what we've done in this space in the last 4 years? Because I think it's come up before.
Yes, so through you, Mayor Rennie, we have done some level of outreach up, particularly, so the area we are interpreting this area is actually more of the Bundoora Polaris area rather than Keon Park. So it's probably more to the east. So we have done some outreach up in the Darebin North East Community Hub. And we did have some plans to provide a bit more of a lending opportunity. Unfortunately, we've had to postpone those plans due to a cut or a reduction in our technology capital budget. So that has meant that the plan that we had is not able to be done this financial year. But we do have intent to continue the outreach work when we're able to post COVID-19. So we are very keen to have more of a presence up in that space and to do more outreach up there.
Thank you, Ms McCartan. Are there any final questions? No. So we have a motion proposed by Councillor Greco as per what was shown on the screen. It's seconded by Councillor Lawrence. So I'll now move into debate and there will be no further questions on this motion. Councillor Greco, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie, and thank you, councillors, for those questions. I have to clarify some of the issues. First of all, I'd like to thank the officers for putting together the Darebin Libraries and Learning Strategy, which the two strategies have been put together, and that makes a lot of sense because libraries and learning strategies are intricately connected for our community. Also, the strategy provides a lot of initiatives and a lot of opportunities for our libraries as they currently are to grow, and also to have a greater impact in regards to the community that uses them. And we know that libraries are one of those sacred cows, if you like, of councils, and that they provide a very, very important function to families and to many members of our community. And so, as I said, there's lots of initiatives there in the report in terms of the strategic direction, but also if you look at some of the particular projects that have been suggested, I think that they'll actually move the presence of our libraries very much, have a more penetrating effect in relation to how the community uses them. Also, the report acknowledges some of the challenges, some of the difficulties, and again, there are strategies that are attached to how to overcome some of those things, particularly getting out to more marginalised groups, and also making sure that the more marginalised groups in our community see themselves reflected in the library and in its services. So I commend the work that's been done, particularly under difficult circumstances with the COVID-19 restrictions. I'd just like to spend the last minute just in relation to the item number 3 that I've put there. Yes, what I'm requesting there as part of this motion is that I think we need to do some forward visioning in relation to looking at establishing a branch of our library network in the far north of our city. We have a branch in the south of our city, the southeast of our city, which is the Fairfield branch, which has been quite an effective library. It's widely used, considered a community asset, and I think we really need to think of what we can do further north. There are a number of reasons why that's the case, and the population density, and also, as we've discussed often in this council, is that that the north is generally under-resourced from a community infrastructure perspective, and more families are moving into the north, and to have a branch of our library established out there would be a great thing. And I think we need to do that feasibility work now in order to
Thank you.
A reality in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, Mayor Rennie. Look, the issue about libraries, obviously got a long history with it. When Reservoir Library itself was first threatened with privatisation and closure or cutbacks in a previous period. During that period, Thornbury Library and Toy Library and Small Library was closed and amalgamated into Fairfield. So this was done without elected representatives, without proper consultation. So we actually had a threat to our libraries. We've since rebuilt a central Reservoir Library. But we've also done some amazing work in building Keon Children's Hub and also the Northeast Community Hub off Plenty Road. Now, in both those projects, we actually have a chance, because we have excess land just next to the Children's Hub, to create small micro libraries, because the new library is a library based on access to computers and technology, and the new libraries don't actually need to be big, centralised state of Victoria type libraries. And we can actually reimagine our libraries and have possibly even 2 new libraries, and this has been discussed before by other councils around the Northeast Community Hub and around the Children's Hub, and hone in on issues of literacy. And of course, we have got a lot of needy families in those areas that would benefit from computer access and access to books and libraries. So I think, you know, it's not about building another Preston Library. It's not about building another Reservoir Library. I think there's some really creative things that we could be doing in terms of addressing libraries that team up or that are adjacent to our service provisions that we've already got in place.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you.
Councillor Newton.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. I'd like to speak against this motion. I love libraries. I'm a former librarian, but I also was just having a look. I know that we've done some of this thinking before, and I was looking at a map. Even if you're right at the north of Darebin in Keon Park, you're going to be about 2.5 kilometres from the Reservoir Library. You're going to be about 2.5 kilometres from the Thomastown Library. And we did get some advice this afternoon about this, that where the need is, so you do have one library in Reservoir, but you don't have any libraries or public libraries in Bundoora, and it's a really, really big part of Darebin. It's also one, if you lived up there and you didn't have a car, you might be getting around by tram, and it might not be easy for you to get to the Reservoir Library, for example. So I don't accept the premise of 3, which is that we should receive a report on the feasibility of establishing a branch in the northern part of the Reservoir, when it's so clear from the work that we've done already that there is Bundoora, Kingsbury, around that Latrobe area that may have just as great a need for a library service. So I can't accept the premise of point 3. And I also think in the COVID environment, something that will add $100,000 to $120,000 is not something that I would be willing to support at this time. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Newton. Are there any further speakers? Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I won't repeat the comments that Councillor Newton's made, but the response that we've already received from officers is pretty clear, I think, which is that there is some really important work going on in relation to library services and using existing council facilities. Darebin North East Hub is obviously one. There's other opportunities there. I think Councillor Lawrence makes an interesting point, which is about micro libraries, small libraries, but that's actually not about bricks and mortar. It's actually about repurposing existing council facilities and then building on those. So I feel that Councillor Greco's point 3, I support point 2, but point 3 I think is a bit of overreach because it misses the opportunity that our officers have been working on. And I think it kind of undermines that effort of thinking about how we use our facilities to extend existing services. And that's the innovation when we have a constrained financial environment. We want to bring libraries closer to people, and that's not just about building libraries, it's actually about extending what a library is. And we talk a lot about what the modern library is in this strategy. Let's talk about what the strategy actually does, which is it actually talks about that engagement with the community and the fact that the library is not the bricks and mortar building, but it is a nexus of activity that can actually move around. And so the idea about how you bring, as Councillor Newton pointed out, library services to parts of Darebin in the northeast is actually really important, and it's innovative, and it will bring it faster. And I think it's a much better approach than what's put forward by Councillor Greco, which I don't think would actually resonate well with community who already love Reservoir Library and know that it's a fantastic facility that's had a lot of council investment in it.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Greco, you have a right of reply.
Thank you, Melanie, and thank you for the other councillors for taking part in this debate. Look, what this motion does, particularly, I know there's been some contention in relation to point number 3. What point number 3 is basically, it starts the process. As has been indicated by our officers, I don't think we can wait to 2032, which is more than 12 years away, to have to actually start thinking about having some library outlet or out there in the northern part of our city. We actually need to get the ball rolling in relation to this now. There actually is not a strategy, even though councillors talked about other strategies, there actually is not a strategy to actually get a library service out in the far north of our city. We have a library, the Fairfield Library, which is actually in very close proximity to the Fairfield Library. It's much less than 2.5 kilometres. It'll be at the most 1 to 1.5 kilometres away from the Northcote Library. Northcote Library is much loved, and so is the Fairfield Library. It's much loved. Why can't we start the process of having a library in the some sort of establishment that is a library out in the far north of our city? In terms of the cost, I'm sure that the cost is not exorbitant in terms of getting a feasibility study in regards to this. It's $100,000. We've often absorbed those sort of costs in the past without having to come back and rechange our budget. We've often had to pay money for various things and that have come to us, and we've been able to find that money. So it's not an exorbitant cost. It gets the ball rolling and actually gives the community in the northern end of our city a sense of hope that more infrastructure, community infrastructure like libraries, will be built in the far north of our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. We'll now put that motion to the vote. All those in favour? And against? That motion is lost. We had Councillors Lawrence, Williams and Greco voting in favour, and Councillors Newton, McCarthy, Rennie, Amir and Lassurf voting against. Councillors, in relation to item 7.4, is there another motion? Councillor Newton?
I'd like to move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Newton. So a seconder for that? Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Newton, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. So I know probably many of us in Darebin have been missing our libraries during the lockdown while they've been closed. I think that it's really reminded me what a community space these are. And I know that there's people that will be feeling isolated at this time. Because as a former librarian and as a former Darebin librarian, I know exactly what these libraries mean to people in our community. So, and it really is that cradle to grave. So you've got early childhood, you've got all the way through to home library services, and you've got a space where people who don't have the internet at home can stay connected. People who don't want to use the internet can come and look at newspapers. People can get all different kinds of material. And what I've been really impressed by is how big the digital collection is getting too. So I really commend this strategy because I think this is a strategy that puts us in good stead for the 4 years ahead. Something that really grounds the Darebin libraries as Darebin libraries, because we've got a focus on climate emergency, we've got a focus on equity, and we've got a focus on really caring for the community. And for many people, this is probably one of the council services that they really use all the time and think about and know about. So it's very, very important. And in terms of what else I want to say about this strategy, I think that it's also worth noting that there was a decision made to combine the libraries and learning strategy with the lifelong learning strategy, which makes total sense to me because this is somewhere where anyone can come. They can get information, they can get something to read, they can get something in their language, and we're looking at new languages as well. So it's really a space for everyone. And I really just want to say that I particularly like as well that one of the things that's come out of the consultation is that they've linked it more to the UN Sustainable Development Goals too. So I feel like more than before, this is a library that is part of council, and this is a library that's part of, that responds to the climate emergency agenda, and it's a library for all people, and I really commend this strategy.
Thank you, Councillor Newton. Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. I just, in terms of thinking about what to say about this, I was just reflecting on something that happened this afternoon, which is that I saw 4 families from my own neighbourhood walking around today doing their hour of exercise. And one of the strange things about these COVID times is that we become aware of the fact that the gathering places in our community are things like schools, they're our parks, they're our venues and other places. But one of them is also our libraries. And in each case, the people that I saw out and about are people that whilst I live not far from them, I also see them at the library all the time, because that's actually where they go to borrow books. That's the place where they might go and have a catch up with friends. Our libraries are incredibly social and active places, despite the fact that there is this traditional idea of libraries being places that you need to be quiet. Our libraries are vibrant, they're engaged, they're energetic, and they have an extraordinary outreach. So I just would reflect on the fact that, and the strategy does refer to this, that our libraries have formed incredible partnerships with community groups like Darebin Climate Action Now to really bring together both what a library is, which is a place that's for robust engagement in the community and in ideas and in the future, with a community group and their aspirations. So for me, our libraries are doing extraordinary work, and I would really just thank the officers for the work that they do put in day out. But I'd also say that this strategy actually really reflects a range of opportunities for going forward about what the libraries can be. And I mentioned before, the libraries need to be able to have that outreach and engagement. They also become the havens for our people that want to co-work, and this is a place for them to go. They're safe, they can be comfortable, they can access the Wi-Fi, and they can be amongst people and feel connected. This strategy is about all of that and so much more. And I'm really excited by what's come about here. The community engagement over a long period of time has been really strong. And I just thank the officers for putting together a really strong strategy to take us forward.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Greco.
Mayor Rennie, I have an amendment that I'd like to put, and the amendment is taking out my point 2 of my previous motion and inserting that as part of point 2 of the existing motion.
So you're dropping your point 3. I'll just, I'm inclined to agree, but I'll just seek some governance advice, as in agree that that can be put, that it's not contrary to an amendment that already has been put. Mr. Mann, so Councillor Greco would like his point 2 to be included.
Through Mayor Rennie, that's perfectly acceptable.
Okay. Councillor Greco, we'll just get that up on screen so that the mover and seconder can have a look at your point 2 so that they can determine whether they would be happy to accept that. So for the person who's looking after our screen, if you could go back to Councillor Greco's motion and take out the point 3. So councillors, you can see that there receives an annual council report on the progress and outcomes of the strategy and ensures the information is provided in the council plan. And so I'll go to the mover, Councillor Newton, and the seconder. Is that acceptable to you?
Yes, I'm happy to accept.
Councillor Greco, the mover and seconder are happy to incorporate that into the motion, so that has now become the substantive motion. Would you like to speak to the motion now?
Yes, thanks, Mayor Rennie. Look, I thank the mover and the seconder for accepting that second point. And that second point has been put in there in order to provide greater transparency and accountability. Often we develop these strategies, we spend a lot of time and we consult with the community, but then we don't actually go back to the community on a regular basis to say how we're actually tracking in regards to the policy and to the work that actually a lot of that work has actually come forward from community ideas. And the insertion of what I've put forward as an amendment there actually ensures that an annual report comes back to council, and that like that we can actually, as a council, track how we're moving in regards to the achievements and the milestones that we've set ourselves as part of the strategy. And I think that's fundamental for good governance of council and ensuring that the policy actually gets properly implemented. So that was the idea behind that. I would just, whilst I support this strategy in terms of libraries, I think they're very important. I just like to emphasise again, councillors, is that by not considering the northern part of our city, I really feel that we're discriminating against that side of our city in terms of building infrastructure. I mean, councillors talked about gathering places. We have many gathering places in the south of our city, and we know their importance, as has been mentioned. But when you go to the north of our city, we don't have enough gathering places for the community to actually get together, and the library could actually provide that function. So it's a real shame that we're not pursuing that, but I'll still be persistent in the future that we do something for the north.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Greco. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, Mayor Rennie. Yeah, I'd like to thank the officers for the work that's gone into this report. And obviously, you know, libraries are a very key part of council service provision. And they actually help people. It's not an added extra to life. It's a very much important part of life to have access to information, to have access to computers. So the amount of activity that goes on in Reservoir Library, I know, is quite huge. And again, the amount of activity that goes on at Reservoir Neighbourhood House is quite huge. One of the things, you know, reflecting on the needs for extra library in the far north is, in fact, we had a library in the far north of the city. We had a library near Churchill Avenue, near in the old Keon Park Tech School. So the community actually had a library, and that was accessible to the students who were members of the community in that library. And Jeff Kennett cut that in half, and we then cut up sold the other primary school, Maryland's there, and all this huge area of education and was gone, was privatised. Now, we converted that library building, it's a 1970s brick building, into a community centre. So really, through government actions, we've actually lost a library in the far north, and we could actually fill that in, and we could fill it in using the old building near the Children's Hub. Anyway, that's something for another day.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. And I really appreciate, can I say, the councillors working to keep an eye on time ourselves, because sometimes the clock isn't working. So when you do that, it very much helps me, and it's great for all of us, I think. Are there any further speakers? No, I'll then put that to the vote. All those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously, and I'd like to thank our library staff for their hard work just in the last few weeks. I've heard such positive feedback from our library staff about a couple of programs, most notably their work in responding to the climate emergency and their work with the Libraries After Dark program, which obviously isn't operating at the moment. So Melanie, if you could convey our thanks to your whole team, that would be terrific. Councillors, I know we seem to be not particularly going in order, but following our earlier decision, we'll now go to item 7.9, the contract award. So I'll ask that the relevant staff member jump on board. I think that might be Lenny, perhaps? Lenny Jenner, thank you. Does anyone have any questions of Lenny in relation to the contract award for the provision of the integrated finance system? If there are no questions, I'll ask if there's a councillor who has a motion they'd like to move tonight. Councillor Lasserf.
Hi, Mayor Rennie, I will move the recommendation. The two things that need to be filled in there are all about Expert Pty Ltd at an estimated cost of $1,876,235.30 over 5 years.
Thank you, Councillor Lasserf. Can you look at that? I can confirm, I think, what you said. So thank you for moving that motion. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor McCarthy, thank you. Councillor Lasserf, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. This motion is to award a contract for a new integrated finance system, and it will replace the current system that we currently have, which is called Computron. The new system will make sure that everything that we do in relation to finance is integrated and runs efficiently and complies with the different financial rules and procedures that we have for the organisation. And with its adoption, it will actually mean that we pick up our practice to industry best practice. I think one of the great things about a system like this, I work in a council and we have a finance system, and they're often, I guess, a point of great frustration, is that this will help automate and integrate all of the finance processes, and hopefully, in theory, save us time and money for staff in terms of not having to manage these things either through the existing system and through manual spreadsheets and the like. The process was run to appoint this contract through a tender process. It was a competitive process, and we received, I think it was 8 tenders from the market. And as you'll see in the report, there was an extensive process undertaken with many mandatory criteria around what we're looking out of the system and how it can integrate with the existing systems that we have as well within the organisation. I guess, there's a whole bunch of information in the report, but I think, I wanted to reinforce the importance of investing money in systems like this, which is really important in making sure that we have good governance and that we can adequately follow our financial processes and procedures. And the more that this can be automated and be less manual, I think the better. And this system will help the organisation do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lasserf. Councillor McCarthy.
I don't have much to add other than just to point out that as a point of procurement, the proposed provider has achieved well against council's sustainability and social procurement guidelines. And it's interesting to note that in relation to this particular tender specification, council, of course, has very specific requirements that it needs to see met. And one of those is Green Star certification process, which is this tenderer in this case will comply with. And that supports the reduction in energy consumption and the use of other resources. So whilst we might think of IT and information technology and information services being largely online, there are resources and in terms of finance systems, they're largely online. There are resources that are consumed in these processes, and we want to get the most efficient outcome, not just in terms of the delivery of the service to both people within council and to the community and businesses, but also to actually make sure that we're not chewing up a whole lot of energy and other resources in the process. So I'm really pleased with the outcome we've got here. And it sounds like we have a tenderer who is really aligned with council's values, which is, I think, something the community would expect as well.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Are there further speakers? I'll therefore put that to the vote. All those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. That brings us to item 7.10, awarding of the contract for the provision of proactive tree maintenance services. I think we've got Mr. Hewitt, who's come on the line to speak to us about this one, if anyone has any questions. So, councillors, are there any questions for Mr. Hewitt? There are no questions, so I'll therefore seek a motion. Councillor Amir, thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation. Do you want me to read out the text?
Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
So award contract CT 201995 for the provision of proactive tree maintenance services to Tree Serve Proprietary Limited for the contract value of $6,222,184.40. Oh, it's right there. Yeah, that's the one.
Great. Thank you. Is there a seconder for that motion? That's Councillor Lasserf. Thank you. Councillor Amir.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. So Darebin has over 45,000 trees, including in our parklands, around our sports grounds and in conservation areas. And the maintenance of these trees is quite specialised work and it's obviously quite high in volume given the large number of trees, which is why there's a significant contract that we're considering tonight. About 27,000 of those trees are under power lines, which is a challenging situation that sometimes it's a bit of a balance between protecting the health of the tree, ensuring safety and also the aesthetic component. And that's something that I, as a councillor, sometimes get feedback from the community about, and I'm sure others do as well. So for me, that really enforces the importance of having people doing the work who understand trees, who understand what they need to do to make sure that the trees we have in Darebin are safe, that they're not posing a fire risk or electrical risk, but also that the work that's being done is not compromising the health or safety of the tree itself. So I'll keep this brief, given that it's getting late, but trees are something that's very important to Darebin residents for reasons we know around providing shade, about providing cover, reducing the urban heat island effect that we know is particularly pronounced in Darebin. So we want to make sure that we get this one right.
Thank you, Councillor Amir. Councillor Lasserf.
I've got nothing further to add.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor McCarthy.
I just wanted to highlight one thing, Mayor, which obviously this is a very labour intensive procurement and a lot of physical activity and a lot of obviously employment opportunities. And it's really great to see, as the report notes, and as councillors would be aware, that this is an example of council's social and sustainable procurement policy delivering a youth employment outcome and also supporting the employment of First Nations people. And whilst I can't go into the details, obviously because that's part of the contract evaluation process, the tenderer, the successful tenderer or proposed successful tenderer, has demonstrated their commitment to both youth employment, apprenticeship, and also the employment of First Nations people, which is terrific to see, and obviously is consistent with what we've called for in that process.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Are there any further speakers? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. That brings us to item 7.11. I'll ask the relevant staff to jump on board. That's Mr. Hewitt. Are there any questions in relation to this item? We've got Ms. McGrath as well. Councillor Greco, you have a question?
Yes, I do, Mayor Rennie. My question is to Mr. Hewitt, through you, Mayor Rennie, is why is this report coming to Council, particularly the report that relates to the issue of construction and procurement? Because all the conversations that I've been involved in briefings and council, that was my understanding, and I stand to be corrected, was that only after we went through the detailed design phase, of which we've allocated $3 million this year, that then we would start to consider the procurement process in regards to the construction of the pool.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Hewitt.
Through you, Mayor Rennie, we had promised Council some time ago that we would seek its permission to proceed to procure a construction contractor. And so that's what we're delivering on today, just following up on our promise to the Council some time ago.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. Are there further questions?
Yeah, just a further question, if I may, just to follow. Just in relation to that, I just want to understand, and also for the benefit of other councillors, is this a normal process? Is this a normal procedure? Are we unnecessarily perhaps fast tracking this process, given that it is a fairly major financial outlay by the council, and when we still don't have the design details in regards to what is eventually going to be built there?
Through you, Mayor Rennie, it's quite normal and evidence of good governance that we seek permission from the council to go to the next step. So we've done that with our other major project with the MSS, which council just awarded a contract. So we've followed a similar good governance process there. In terms of taking steps to procure a construction contractor at the end of schematic, again, that's quite normal. It's quite a long lead time, as we've proposed in our report, to procure a contractor. We're proposing a 3-staged approach, if you like. So it's quite normal that we would go this early, if you like, in order to get those steps right. So we think this is quite orthodox.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. Councillors, are there any further questions? No, there are no questions, so I'll seek a motion from a councillor. Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. Just happy to move the officer's recommendation as listed.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Lasserf, thank you. Councillor McCarthy, over to you.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I think this is pretty straightforward. Council has made a commitment, and it's a really important commitment, which is to deal with a legacy issue, which is that the Northcote Aquatic and Recreation Centre, as we know, is well past its so-called use-by date. Anyone that has gone to NARC recently knows that whilst Council has made some investment to try to keep it going, it really is struggling as a facility, and it's urgent that we actually get on with this project. We've gone through a consultation process, we've gone through a design process. It's been a terrific set of feedback, incredibly positive response in terms of both the community interest in what we're doing and also the community support for the proposed design and features. But of course, it's one thing to talk about what's going to happen and what should happen. It's another thing to actually get on with the job and actually make that commitment to the construction process. So this is really about council authorising the construction procurement process, and once this motion is passed, assuming that it is passed, it really enables officers to go to that next stage and get that work underway. I'd also just note that there are design responses that are referred to in the report based on community feedback, and it's really important to note that as we go forward with this project, that we are listening really closely to what the community is saying, that we are responding, and that we are making sure both from both a design point of view and from a construction point of view that we're getting the outcomes that we're after, because this is a significant project. NARC, as I think the user survey demonstrated, is actually providing aquatic and recreation services to an incredibly broad community. Obviously, it's in Northcote, but we have people well beyond Bell Street, well throughout Darebin using the facilities, and that's a terrific thing. And they deserve a facility that is actually going to respond to the diverse needs of the community. I'd also just note that there's a lot of excitement in the community about this project and about the fact that it actually delivers an intergenerational outcome and an outcome for a whole range of people that in many respects currently use the facility but know that it needs that work. So I think they'll be really pleased to hear that we're getting on with that construction procurement, and we're getting closer and closer to the actual facility being rebuilt in the way that it needs to be.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Councillor
Just foreshadow, I've got an amendment.
I'll reserve my right. Thanks, Mayor Rennie.
Thank you. Well, the seconder has reserved her right. So, Councillor Lawrence, you've got an amendment?
Yes, I've got an amendment that's been provided. I'll do it in two amendments. Simply that the words "to seek competitive marketplace bids up to the value of 42 million" be added to point 1.
Thank you. You did circulate that earlier. So, Councillor Lawrence, can I just check that you're seeking to move these as 2 separate amendments?
Yeah,
So to move, okay. So, councillors, we're only talking about that first part. Was that clear? That we're not talking about the whole of the amendment. We might get that back up on screen if we could, please. While it's coming back up on screen, I'll just ask the mover and seconder if they agree to that.
No.
No, Mayor Rennie.
Thank you. Before that becomes an amendment, we'll need to see if there's a seconder for that amendment. Is there a seconder? That's seconded by Councillor Williams. As that relates to something other than the officer recommendation, there is an opportunity for councillors to ask any questions. Are there any questions relating to that amendment? No, we'll then move to debate on the amendment. Councillor Lawrence, you've moved the amendment. You may speak to it.
Yes, Mayor Rennie. Look, this is just, you know, I hate to be the party pooper here, but when we're planning large facilities like this, we need to be mindful of what debts we're going to incur on this. I, you know, feel disappointed because of conversations that and assurances given to me by councillors and officers during this whole process over the last 2 years. And very early on, you know, I asked, are we going to build a mega project here, or are we going to do a reasonable normal pool? And I was given a lot of personal assurances. And instead what we've seen is really something that's going to be difficult for the next council to digest. It's going to actually wipe out capital works budgets and any meaningful change at Reservoir Pool as well. Now, I put in here, because to put some kind of constraints on this, I don't know what it is, group hype, 42 million, because that's the price tag on a similar pool in Rosebud. But of course, there's many other pools that have been built in the northern suburbs for 27 and 35 million. And we need to rein in some common sense here. We have zero debt, but $46 million worth of debt will raise us up to 30% debt. Currently, other metro councils are on average 13% debt. So yes, we can build $40 million pools, but we can't build $60 million pools without significantly impacting on equity across our city and really destroying our capital works budget for a good 10 years. So, you know, I have to be, you know, the person who's saying no to a party in the middle of a pandemic. But I think we need to put some limits on this. I've spoken before about my concern of 20% contingencies being blanketly applied to our capital works. And I think in the middle of this current process, we can get more competitive bids. But the problem is we've actually had a press release announcing 63 million. And this whole process is being led by the dollars, not by the community needs and not by the council and the community's capacity. So anyway, I put this here, a chance for the whole council to show some sanity and some measured response to the aspirations and to get on with this project in an orderly manner.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Williams.
Yeah, there's no grudges in reference to obviously rebuilding a beautiful asset like Mark. And I think the most important thing is listening to what our community is saying. And they believe that there's quite a bit of fat, and they believe that there's in this project, it's a bit of a fatty pig. And what we need to start looking at is seeing how much of we can trim back on this fat by getting obviously our best aquatic centre as for whatever amount of money that we can possibly get, rather than just going for the first amount. When I ever purchased a white goods, I always shop around. I always make sure that I'm trying to get the lowest amount of price for the same equipment. And I think that we need to continue doing and keeping that dialogue open, that we're trying to get the best amount for our equipment that we're trying to install there, because we want it to last for at least another 50 years. It's really important that we do listen to our community, and it's important that we keep our officers on their toes to ensure that they are working towards that, especially during the pandemic times where we're facing at the moment. And I'm sure there's a lot of competitiveness that's going out with businesses that are out at the moment. So we need to really keep on top of this and don't drop the ball. And we need to keep keeping those dialogues open, that we are cutting the fat off that little pig. And it's just important that we are constantly communicating that with our community, that we're doing that. As I said, I'm not going to go into the debt side of it, which is what Councillor Lawrence has already have, because I do have concerns regarding looking at other municipalities that have several swimming pools, where we have 2, so we're blessed to have 2, but there are other nearby councils that have up to 7, which is quite extraordinary for what they have to put up with and spend. It's not so much about what is getting built, where it's getting built. It's about making sure that we're getting as much as we can for the price, and making sure that we trim that fat back as much as possible.
Thanks, Councillor Williams. Are there any further speakers? No, Councillor Greco.
Mayor Rennie, thank you. Mayor Rennie, I'm going to be speaking in favour of this amendment, and the main reason why I'm speaking in favour of this amendment is that I think it really comes down to the issue of value for money. In regards to this process, given that we've already put out there that we want to build a pool with, for $63 million, and then the tendering world is going to come back to us and then quote us $63 million. So we're not sure actually whether we're going to get true value for money in regards to what we want built. See, I don't remain convinced about whether, notwithstanding the expectations of the community, and that's fine, that whether we can achieve what we want to achieve at a far lesser cost. And the way that this has been put together is that we're ignoring that factor and enabling the tenderers just to quota $63 million, whether they make whether there's excessive fat in that, as Councillor Williams said, or there's or little fat in that. But I think that's an important issue, because if it would have been better to get rather than having that price hanging out there, it would have been better to actually get tenderers to actually bid in terms of how much it would cost to actually build what we're putting forward. The other issue that needs to be looked at, and I think we've ignored this, Councillor, I think it's been touched on by Councillor Lawrence, $63 million represents more than 50% of an annual rate take of council. Now think about that, councillors. More than 50% of our annual rate take is going to go to one major infrastructure project. That will completely drown out other capital works projects across our city. So that's why we really need to look for value for money in relation to how we move forward in regards to this process. And I would have liked to have seen the detailed design being done, and then once that was done and when we locked in on that, then to move to a tendering process to see who could actually build this.
10 seconds, Councillor Greco.
So I was hoping that by putting that $42 million and the $63 million, that it hopefully would come somewhere in between there.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Are there any further speakers? Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. This debate's taken all sorts of interesting turns, and I have to reflect on the fact that we're talking about a facility here that is for the whole community, a facility that serves as an aquatic and recreation centre. It is not a pool. When you start cutting money out of the budget for a project like this, then you start actually cutting out elements of the project. So if councillors are talking about the FAT as being the 50-metre pool, if it's being the children's area, I'm not sure what the FAT is that councillors who are speaking in favour of this motion are suggesting is that should go. But I find it really concerning that such arbitrary suggestions can be made. And I find it actually quite insulting on behalf of our officers and the procurement people that are involved in this process, that there would somehow be fat injected in a project like this. What we're trying to do is deliver the best possible outcome. I also find it strange that some of the arguments that have been put forward here are about making sure that there's enough money to go around. Councillors, all councillors, every councillor that's attended a briefing in relation to this project and in relation to the development of plans and the development of a study for RLC and the major capital works program that council has in place would be well aware that this is not a case of Northcote versus Reservoir. And it is disingenuous for councillors to put forward this idea you can't do both. You can't do both at the same time, because then you deny the entire community any aquatic and recreation centre. But this is not a case of one versus the other, and it is disingenuous and disappointing that that argument has been surfaced again. And I think talking about a fatty pig, I find a very strange metaphor, and I'm deeply concerned about the idea of arbitrary to a project like this.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Newton.
Thanks, Mayor Rennie. Recently, I bought a second-hand washing machine from Gumtree and it didn't work, and I had to get the Gumtree guy to take it away, and I ended up getting a new washing machine. So I think to think about the Northcote Aquatic and Recreation Centre complete redevelopment, to compare it to buying a fridge, I find really strange. And to the point about the cost of this leisure centre, I just had a really quick Google about what other pools there are around that have redeveloped recently. For example, the Kew Recreation Centre in Boroondara was in the council budget for 2019-20, and it was done at a cost of $67.5 million. So we're not talking about a second-hand fridge. We're talking about a facility that we want to last for 50 years. This is something where people from all over Darwin are going to be able to enjoy it. And I'm sure when we come to look at what we want to do for Reservoir Leisure Centre, I'm sure that plenty of councillors would say that they don't want any expense spared. So that's all I want to say on that.
Thank you, Councillor Newton. Are there any further speakers? No, we're now voting on the amendment. I'll put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour? And against? That amendment is lost. We had councillors Lawrence, Greco and Williams voting in favour and councillors McCarthy, Newton, Rennie, Amir and Lassurf voting against. We'll return to debate on the substantive motion, which was moved by councillor McCarthy and seconded by councillor Lassurf. Are there speakers? Councillor
I have
Lawrence?
another amendment.
Okay, we'll go to that. Thank you. And that's the part 2. We'll just get it up on screen, Councillor Lawrence. So this is that council notes the design response is addressing community feedback and commits to a new round of post-lockdown community consultation regarding the final costings. Councillors, are there any questions in relation to that amendment? Got Mr. Hewitt on board. Yes, Councillor Lassurf.
Just a quick question around what is the plans for consultation from now till the end of construction?
Through you, Mayor Rennie. It's more about community engagement rather than consultation. So we've got quite a lot of plans for community engagement, the Your Say website, council's website. We obviously need to talk to, in the event that this motion is passed tonight, we need to talk to users of the site, of the centre, if we're closing it and demolishing and so on. And so there's a lot of stakeholder groups we plan to talk to, DCAN and others. So that engagement will continue all the way through the rest of design and through construction. We made the differentiation between engagement and consultation. Consultation had implied, at least to the officers, that maybe there would be some changes possible. So we'd need to have feedback from the council about that, but certainly a lot of engagement between now and when the new building would be opened.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. Are there any further questions?
Sorry, I've got a further one. If we were to propose to do further consultation on the detailed design, what does that mean in terms of timelines, and does it affect cost?
Through you, Mayor Rennie, if it was true consultation, in other words, if it was consultation to seek feedback with the potential to include things or take things out of the scope, there would be a hold point at that point of consultation. Almost certainly, if the community wanted additional scope in the project, the price goes up, and we'd have to talk to the council about budgets for those sorts of things. Equally, if the community wanted items removed from scope, it's quite possible the price comes down, but that may not deliver on the community promise that we made through the earlier stages of consultation. So it would be difficult to do true consultation through the next stage of design and be true to previous stages of consultation.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. Are there any final questions before we move on to debate of this amendment? No. So in relation to this amendment, can people just remind me, I hope I sort of seconded for that, but perhaps I didn't.
You haven't asked if the mover and seconder have accepted, and I don't accept.
Okay, thank you. And the seconder was Councillor Lassurf, so that's fine. Apologies, councillors, I should have actually done that first, but is there a seconder for Councillor Lawrence's amendment? Councillor Williams, thank you. Councillor Lawrence, you've got 3 minutes.
Yes, Mayor Rennie, thanks for that. Yeah, look, again, I think we should be having more conversation with our community with proper detailed designs. I was disappointed that a press release was put out with the $63 million, basically flagging the price while we're in lockdown in the pandemic and before it even came to council. And as I said, people have lied to me on this project for 2 years. I kind of waking up to it
Councillor
now.
Lawrence, I take offence at that. I
Well,
think that's a potentially defamatory comment. I'll ask you to refrain from comments such as that.
It's factual. People lied to me about this project being able to fit in with Reservoir Pool. And what the most recent advice I've got is that the scale of this will prevent any substantive development at Reservoir. And I think when I say about consultation, we need to consult people after the lockdown when they can really understand the mortgage that goes with this, a $46 million mortgage. And some of us swim every second day, but not everyone swims. And again, we're not actually talking to 100% of our community about the scale of this commitment. So when I say there, talk about the final detailed designs, the costings are also how many years later you have to pay for it, what it does to our capital works budget for 10 years. And the reality is, we'll be too in debt to take on any major projects of this scale ever again.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Williams.
I just want to make it clear that when I was saying about trimming the fat, not mean actually trimming back on the project or the items that go in the project, or maybe putting a second-hand pool. I was actually implying that we could look at trimming back on what we could do in other tenders and ensuring that we were actually getting the best value for the same amount and items that we were putting in there, not getting a second-hand pool or a spa or maybe a dryer or something like that, or definitely a washing machine. In reference to this, I think it's important that we continue that dialogue that's open with our community. This is going to be one of the largest and biggest items that will ever be, I guess, produced in Darebin, in certainly my time. And I would hope that we are doing it in the right format and that we keep that obviously ensuring that we are getting bang for our money. And it's important, it's not my personal money, but in fact, it's everybody's money that's being spent here. That's for the whole of the community. And it's not south, it's not north, it's not Reservoir, it's not comparing. I want to ensure that what is getting built for the right amount of money and to ensure that it's going to be there for the next 50 years and to ensure that the whole city can actually engage and utilise this wonderful facility. So therefore, the longer we have a community consultation, I think the better, because it's only ensuring that we can reflect on what is needed for that site.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Lasserf.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. I won't be supporting this amendment. I think that we have been on a journey in terms of where we've gotten to now with the concept design, in terms of gathering all the feedback that we have from the community at many different points along the way. It hasn't just been the last little bit where we've got feedback on the concept design, but we have been speaking with the community for the last 2 years about what they would like to see in the redevelopment of a new centre. And I think that, with the point that we are at now is a really exciting one, where we did get extensive feedback, even given the circumstances of the pandemic. During the consultation phase, we got excellent feedback. We've got a variety of feedback from different users of the centre and people who don't even use the centre. I gave feedback, and like my family gave feedback, and I'm not a swimmer. I don't use the facility. I think that the other point is that a detailed design is going into the nuts and bolts of how the centre will be built. And at that point, going out and reconsulting with the community about where things will go is not the right point to be doing consultation. The concept design is the point to do that, to come up with the layout, to come up where the different bits will be and how the facility will work. If we start changing it at the detailed design phase, it will probably incur a significant amount of money in terms of continuing to redesign the detailed design, and it is not the right point to be incorporating feedback. And the other thing is, in terms of the scale of the pool, which has been discussed in some of the debate tonight, this has been built up from community feedback. We haven't just gone, we want a $60 million pool. We've gone out to the community and we have said, we know that this pool is tired and we need to redevelop it. What do you need to make it suit the needs of you as our community? And we've also taken into account the fact that we're a growing community and building those in terms of that we need to be servicing more people into the future as well. So I think that we've done a lot of consultation and come up with an excellent concept design. And I think that we just need to get on ahead and get on to the detailed design and the construction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lasserf. Are there any further speakers? Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm really not sure what the message would be if council were to support this amendment. It would suggest to me that all the consultation that's been undertaken, not just this year, but over, in fact, recent years and previous years, should almost be put aside. I think that's a really dangerous place for council to start to go down. We are debating a process of actually a resolution, a recommendation of actually going to the construction procurement process. So if councillors aren't clear on where we are in that process, I'd encourage them to read the report, because the report is really clear about what we have gone through and where we are. And we owe it to the community to actually make sure that we understand where we are. This is not about trimming the fat on the pig. This is not about starting again with the project. This is actually about getting on with building the Northcote Aquatic and Recreation Centre so that we do not have a failure of the facility. Now, if councillors want to delay this project, then by all means, run on that campaign at the election. I'm sure that some people are already doing that. But for the residents who have worked hard to communicate to council over many years of what is going on and what their experience has been, they want us to get on with it. And we have got to stop this delay stuff and this cutting and trimming the fat approach to this project. It is too important. The residents of our community deserve better, and it is absolutely imperative that there are not games played with this project or attempts to trim the fat or to delay or consult further on the primary elements of this project. It is very clear the community support is profound for this project, and the evidence base for why it costs what it costs, what it includes, is there, and councillors just need to read the reports.
Mayor Rennie, can I just raise a point? Councillor Lawrence, we are debating Councillor Lawrence's amendment, and he doesn't seem to be in the meeting anymore. Should we adjourn for a short time to try and get him back?
Thank you, Councillor Lasserf. I have tried to actually send a message to Councillor Lawrence, and I've just had a message from staff saying that his computer battery is flat. He's logging on again with a charger. So well, it sounds as though he might be coming back now. I'll just... We
need to move an adjournment so that Councillor Lawrence can vote on this. I'm very happy to move that.
It looks as though he might be back in the meeting. So if we could just wait. Here he is. Are there any further speakers to the amendment? Councillor Greco.
Thanks, Mayor Rennie. Look, I'll be supporting this amendment because I believe that what the amendment does is that it actually gives the community a further opportunity to have a say once they see the detailed plans, and so that they can, so that we can consolidate all the work that has been done up to now. Also, it gives the community an opportunity to have a look what in detail is going to be built, and actually what the cost associated with that build is. Because I think the point has to be made, councillors, this is not our money. This is the community's money. And we have a fiduciary responsibility to ensure that the decisions that are made about what we buy or what we build, that the community has input to sort of say, for that amount of money, what's actually being considered in a detailed fashion, yes, fits, or we hear what the community's input is in regards to whether it doesn't fit or not. And I think we should give the community, we should trust the community to give us advice on that. And I think that's a very important aspect in order to close the loop in terms of transparency, in terms of accountability back to the community. The other point that I would make very quickly is that, and I have to go back to the reservoir pool situation. When we talk about games, I think there's been enough games being played about sidelining the reservoir pool. What this project does, councillors, that it puts the building, the redevelopment of the reservoir pool back 10 or 15 years away, if not longer, as a result of the decision that we're making. And I think that when we look at the Northcote pool, and I'm not against it being built, we have to look at the financial impact and whether it basically crowds out any opportunity for the reservoir redevelopment.
Thank you, Councillor Greco.
And I'll just finish on this final point. What we're going to get, people talked about second-hand, but this will result in a second-hand type pool or reservoir.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Are there any further speakers to the amendment? I'll now put the amendment proposed by Councillor Lawrence to the vote. All those in favour? And against? That motion is lost. We had Councillors Lawrence, Greco and Williams voting in favour, and Councillor Rennie, Lesurf, Newton and Amir voting against. We seem to have lost Councillor McCarthy. I do hope he joins us again.
I'm definitely here.
Maybe it's just to do with the way my screen is appearing.
I can see him.
Thank you. I've just changed the screen. I didn't call out your vote, Councillor McCarthy. I'm guessing you voted against because you spoke against?
I did vote against.
Thank you. So also in the voting against, I should have mentioned Councillor McCarthy, who I couldn't see at the time. We'll now return to debate on the substantive motion as moved by Councillor McCarthy and seconded by Councillor Lesurf. Are there any further speakers to that motion? There are no further speakers to that motion. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour?
Sorry, Mayor Rennie, I just wanted to say a few comments. I reserve my right.
Okay, Councillor Lesurf, that's the time to do it when we seem to have run out of speakers. So over to you.
I don't want to, I guess, add to the comments already made by Councillor McCarthy, but I did want to draw the people's attention to the report that outlined the consultation that we've been through. We've just gone out to consultation on the concept design, and as a result of a lot of feedback that we got from the community, we have actually changed some of the design features as a result of what we've heard from the community. So I think that in terms of consultation, where we are with the concept design, I think that we've got a community, a design that has been built by the community and for the community, and we're really ready to get on ahead and appoint and get on with the detailed design and construction. I guess, particular, in terms of key changes, the particular things was around the outdoor area for the smaller children and making sure that space is well designed and has multiple different activities and spaces for both the smaller children but also the adults when they're out there playing with their children. The multi-purpose room, we've heard a lot of different feedback about the need for a multi-purpose room for different types of uses. So there will now be 2 multi-purpose rooms in the new design, in the design, one that's smaller and one much larger for a variety of different uses, whether that's a prayer room, a quiet space or breastfeeding, or the larger room will be available for the swimming clubs and the school groups who are, I guess, big users of a facility like this. And then the other feedback that we heard extensively was obviously not going to change anything, but I guess a strong support for the the proposed environmental standards that we're putting in this building. This might ultimately add to the cost of the pool as we build it, but we know that in terms of the life of the asset, it will actually reduce the cost over the long run, as well as having a smaller impact on our environment as well. And that's 2 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Lesurf.
Mayor, do I get a right of reply?
No, you don't. Well, no one's actually spoken against this and everyone's spoken, so I'd offered plenty of opportunity to speak. Councillor Greco, I asked and I had put it to the vote almost when Councillor Lesurf piped up for a right of reply, so I'm not inclined to continue debate. I've provided...
I think I have a right to participate in the debate.
I feel as though people are playing games. I spent quite a long time. I waited. I asked if there was any further speakers and no one put up their hand. Councillor Greco, I'm going to allow you to speak, but if this continues, you will miss out. If I put something to the vote, and Councillor Lassurf, it goes for you too. If I put something to the vote because I have asked for further speakers, paused and waited and no one speaks, I will not be doubling back because people are playing games about wanting to be the last person to speak. So Councillor Greco, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. In regards to this motion, I have real difficulty in supporting the motion. And the difficulty that I have is that we're not seeing detailed plans in relation to the new pool that is to be built. Again, I think that's really, really important that we get those detailed plans. We're talking about an amount of money that never in the 12 years that I've been on council that we have spent this significant, we're spending this significant amount of money. I think it's important that we get those detailed plans, show them to the community, and then proceed in an orderly manner like that. The other thing that also concerns me, councillors, we're only 2 months away from a council election, and making a decision of procurement just on the eve of a council election or on the eve of a caretaker period, I'm not sure whether that's actually good governance. I think that it would be more appropriate that we've done all this work, we've committed to detailed plans, which is great. I'd like to see those detailed plans, and that the next council with the detailed plans, with community consultation, would then be able to take us forward into the next phase, which is the construction phase. I think that will be an orderly and a good governance manner to proceed, rather than doing something just on the eve of an election and committing future councils to a massive expenditure. And the final point that I would make is that when we talk about the whole community, I'm not certain about that the whole community actually uses the Northcote pool. I think it's disingenuous to make comments of that nature, because as we know, as far as I know, not many people at all from north of Bell Street actually go down to use the Northcote Aquatic Centre.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Are there any further speakers?
I'd like to.
Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, Mayor Rennie. Look, I think I need to raise a problem. I have a problem going with this motion, which seems to be preempting the election period. We've got a rather extended election period being imposed at Darebin. It's only actually a week away where we won't make any major decisions. And yet 8 days before the cutoff point, 8 days, we're actually going to make a $46 million debt decision. That's what we're making today. Otherwise, we're playing games with the public and pretending to have a big project that we're not going to have. So make no mistake, today is a day where we vote for $46 million debt. And that means, and I'm a great lover of saunas and swimming for aquatic health at all ends of the city, that means we actually are going to take this council from the least debt metro council to the highest debt metro council simply in this vote here now. And I'll just let you all think about that.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Are there Councillor Ms Wilkinson?
Mayor Rennie, just in line with the governance local law, I just want to make it clear that the caretaker provisions don't start until the 22nd of September, financial decision prior to the commencement of the formal caretaker provisions. We do have a pre-election period, but it's silent on financial decisions.
So, Ms Wilkinson, your sound is terrible and now you've dropped out. I think there was a clarity in that, which was the caretaker period in terms of financial decisions doesn't start until the 22nd of September.
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to be corrected on that. I was talking about the pre-election period is very short away. Yep.
Sorry, that was my timer, which I'm putting on because the clock's been unreliable. Councillor McCarthy, I'll just check. Are there any further speakers? Councillor McCarthy, you have a right of reply.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm a bit stunned by where this debate has gone. We are dealing here with what is the natural course of a process when we have gone out to the community. The community has said to us, in fact, over many years, do something about the Northcote Aquatic and Recreation Centre. And that's not just people who live south of Bell Street. And I find it both offensive and frustrating that this perpetuation of this idea that only people who live south of Bell Street use the Northcote Aquatic and Recreation Centre. It actually ignores a whole lot of constituents of all councillors here who live north of Bell Street. So I find it extraordinary that that is being proposed now as an argument against this project. I actually find it amazing that councillors would argue against this project and continue this false dichotomy that Northcote Aquatic and Recreation Centre is pitted against.
Mayor Rennie, just a point of order.
Not the case.
Point of order, Mayor Rennie. Councillor McCarthy is saying that that we're arguing against the project. That is not actually that's actually a false and misleading statement.
Councillor,
I asked that it be retracted by Councillor McCarthy.
Councillor Greco, I didn't hear anything false or misleading. I don't actually hear a valid point of order. I think you disagree with what he said. No. Disagreeing with what Councillor McCarthy has said is not a valid point of order. No, he's got 30 seconds left.
No, my point of order, Mayor Rennie, and you can't dismiss my point of order like that. My point of order is that Councillor McCarthy, under our governance rules, has made a false and misleading statement. That false and misleading statement is that Councillor McCarthy said that councillors in this council are against the building of the Northcote Aquatic Centre. That is a false and misleading statement because I have never said that. And if he's
Councillor Greco, I think you just don't like what Councillor McCarthy said. It's not a valid point of order. There's nothing, nothing in what you're saying or in terms of what Councillor McCarthy has said. I'm sorry, but the fact that you don't like what Councillor McCarthy has said is not grounds for raising a point of order.
No, it is grounds.
Councillor Greco.
Point of clarification. It is grounds. I have grounds to raise a point of order, Mayor Rennie. You cannot dismiss my point of order. You can rule against it. You're free to rule against it, Mayor Rennie, but you cannot dismiss me raising a point of order.
Councillor Greco, under the governance local law, and I will refer you to the specific clause. Under the governance local law, it specifically says rising to express a difference of opinion or contradict a speaker is not grounds for raising a point of order. You are in fact contradicting Councillor McCarthy. It is not grounds for a point of order, and I'm disallowing it, and Councillor McCarthy has 30 seconds to go.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I would just make the point, and another false statement that's been made in this debate is that if you do this project in the way that it's been scoped and designed with the community, then you can't do the Reservoir Leisure Centre redevelopment, whatever that could be. We don't know what that will be because councillors on this council right now asked for a detailed evaluation on review of what the Reservoir Leisure Centre redevelopment could be, and we're going to get that report soon. So that's why we don't have the plan for Reservoir at the moment, because council asked for a detailed study. When we get that, we'll know what the cost is.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. We'll now put this item to the vote. All those in favour and against? That is carried. We have Councillors McCarthy, Rennie, Lesurf, Newton and Amir voting in favour, Councillor Williams voting against, and Councillor Greco and Lawrence abstaining. Thank you, councillors. We'll now move on to item 7.12, the Tram Route 11 Extension Advocacy. We have Ms. Vanessa Petrie here to answer any questions. Councillors, are there any questions of Vanessa, or we've also got Rachel? There are no questions. I'll seek a motion. Councillor Greco.
Mayor Rennie, I have an alternative motion. That,
Thank you, Councillor Greco. We'll make sure that comes up on the screen. Councillor Greco, I'll just get you to have a look at that motion and confirm that that is the motion you intend to move.
Yes, that's right, Mayor Rennie.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that motion? That's Councillor Lawrence. Thank you. Councillors, as it differs from the officer recommendation, there is an opportunity once again to ask questions of the staff. Are there any questions for Vanessa or Rachel? No, then we'll move straight to debate. Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Look, I'd like to thank the officers for putting together this report. This report came from a motion that I had put, I think, just under a month ago, and I thank them for their speedy time in how they delivered this report. But I think that the report does not go far enough, councillors, and what I'm suggesting in my motion, particularly the parts that are in red, whilst I fully embrace the parts, the recommendations of our officers, which are all included in my motion. But what I put in there, councillors, is that we need to go that step further. And why we need to go that step further, that we can't just simply do advocacy as we've done before, which is just simply writing letters to the minister, a bit of communication, all important, very important. But to go that step further, and here we have a real window of opportunity, councillors. The federal and state government are talking about big infrastructure projects across our state. And some of those infrastructure projects are going to be transport projects. Here we have an opportunity for us to get into that window and actually to put forward in a proactive way the opportunity for us to properly advocate and make a case for why the tram needs to be extended to the reservoir station. It's in our structure plan. The reservoir station has been future-proof for it, but what we need to do is actually produce a document in the same way that we produced a document in regards to the rail crossings in Preston. Originally, there was only one rail crossing that was going to occur, but because we invested in producing and doing some hard work and consulting with people who have expertise, we're able to produce a document and a case that we put to the state government. And as a result of that, we're actually getting 4 rail crossings in the area of Reservoir. We need to do that in regards to the extension of the tram. There's been enough talk. You know, we all want the extension of the tram. We all say this in a periodic basis. I've been on council for 12 years. We have not ever taken that additional step, which is a necessary step to produce a document and a case for why this needs to happen. And at this particular juncture, where governments will be looking at spending massive amounts of money, particularly on infrastructure and transport, here is our opportunity to do that. And our opportunity to do that is because we have many MPs that are in favour of this. So we need to produce that document, show that case and that document to key decision makers, which will help to put the project on the radar in regards to the key decision makers in terms of the infrastructure spending that will come into the future. So councillors, I really encourage you to support this, because this will take us to the next level in advocacy, proper advocacy.
That's time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greco.
Can I ask, sorry, is the motion that Councillor Greco is moving the one that he circulated earlier today?
Yes, it is.
It is. It hasn't
so
changed.
we'll get it up on the screen again, just so that you can compare what you've got in your email to the motion on the screen. Thanks, Lisa. So we're just getting it up because I do want people to be really clear. So the numbering, Councillor McCarthy, I think might be slightly different, which might be where some confusion is coming in.
Thanks, Mayor. Can I just ask, sorry, just if I'm just clear, the wording for point, the numbering is confusing, but what looks on screen as point 2, is that actually saying that council prepares a strategy or a feasibility study?
It's a brief to engage transport experts and prepare a communications and advocacy strategy. Would you like to ask a question in relation to that of the officer?
I can, because it's not clear from the wording. If I can ask how the officers would interpret that if it was accepted, and what their understanding of the cost of that would be.
Thank you. Ms. Olivier.
So our estimates of the costs of both of those pieces of work together, so point 1 and point 2, is in the order of 120,000. Some of that can be done within, so some work would be done within council's operating budget, but the additional funding required would be around 120.
Thank you, Ms. Olivier. Councillors, do try and ask your questions before we begin debate. It's the standard practice. So we've heard from Councillor Greco. Councillor Lawrence, you're the seconder.
Yes, Mayor Rennie, just sorry, am I going? Yes. So I unplugged myself before and ran out of battery. So just check number 1. Is it plugged in? No, look, seriously on this motion, I congratulate Councillor Greco for bringing this forward. The extension of the Gilbert Road tram goes back, obviously, a long time ago when Maryland's estate was first called Tramway Estate. And the real estate agents used it as a lure to sell people property that they'd get a tram up there. It never happened. It causes a lot of difficulties to Lakeside Primary School, secondary school, primary school, caused a lot of difficulties for people who used to have to walk miles down to and they still have to walk down to Gilbert Road and where it meets at Regent Street. So this has been a massive frustration and a massive black hole. And unlike Plenty Road, we haven't had the driver of 2 universities to get us upgrades on trams. So we need to duplicate the success we did with level crossings and do proper preliminary feasibility studies to not just paint about a tram, but paint about the renewal of Broadway and Edward Street at retail, residential, commercial renewal. And we've had federal MPs offer us big bucks, which hasn't come about because they didn't win power. I still think we should be putting $2 million in a reserve because it will cost us $2 million when it starts to happen. We'll have to redo all of our commercial precinct, and we can learn from Whitehorse. And they put out reserves and they put up money to attract the tram. So we're serious. We've got to do that. We've got to walk the talk. I know, it might be a good little state issue for some people, but some of us who are dedicated at local level, we need results, and we don't need point scoring off state government. We need to do detailed work that forces them to see the benefits that'll be more than just transport. It'll be about the economic renewal of Reservoir. So that requires work. I imagine hundreds of thousands of dollars, and get that detailed work.
10 seconds.
Don't forget, we also are a big landowner with Rell Street Car Park, and we can play a big role in an integrated strategy on this.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Are there further speakers? Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm really hoping that councillors don't try to turn this into a debate about who is most committed to seeing the number 11 tram extended to where it rightfully should be. We've had that debate. Councillors, I believe, are completely united on wanting to see Route 11 extended all the way to Reservoir Station, and in fact potentially beyond that, because that has actually been one of the potential design outcomes that's been touted in the past. What this is, though, is about actually working out how is council best placed to see that outcome occur. And what concerns me is Councillor Greco's amendments is that it once again lets the state government off the hook. I recall almost, and it's now almost 10 years ago now, I believe, when council surveyed about 7,000 residents along the Gilbert Road corridor and built a really strong case for the support for the tram route 11 extension, which I believe at the time was actually still 112. So we've invested in this before. We've done a whole lot of the work. The challenge here is that there's actually, for this to be taken seriously, there is actually another piece of work, and it's actually what the officers have rightly put in there under point 3 in the recommendation, which is that political engagement. We have managed so far already to get the federal member and various federal members, in fact, to put their hand up. We've had the state member for Preston put his stand in front of a tram and talk about a commitment to extending the tram. We've managed to get that political engagement. It's actually about converting that political engagement into the next level, which is actually getting this on the state government's funding program. If we don't do that, then we are potentially spending $120,000 with no outcome. And that's what's at stake here. So I would encourage Councillor Greco to call up Robin Scott and have the conversation. That's the sort of engagement that we need to have here. And in fact, the whole council should be doing that.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Greco, you have a right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Look, as I said, and I think Councillor Lawrence actually, put it quite eloquently in terms of, it could actually help to revitalise that whole reservoir area. Councillors, we need to go to the next level. It's really disingenuous to say, we need to have more political engagement and things. That's what we've been doing, and we've been successful in engaging politically in terms of local members and coming on board in relation to this issue. But what we need is we need extra tools and extra expert arguments that enable us and enable the political engagement and the bureaucracy engagement to put this issue on the radar in a strong, business case way, rather than just screaming from the sidelines as councillors, as we've been doing since I've been on council for the last 12 years. Again, the proof is in the pudding. We did not know that we invested heavily, hundreds of thousands of dollars in relation to the reservoir, in relation to the Preston crossings. We did not know what the outcome of that was, but we invested. We actually put out arguments, put out a case out there, and went to the politicians, went to the bureaucrats, and were able to win them over to our situation. We have a window of opportunity, but we just don't have the tools and the arguments written in a way and presented in a way that enables the parties, the decision makers, to actually come with us, because then they can see from a preliminary feasibility study the validity of such a project. We need to do that work. No one's going to do that work for us. We need to put that argument up ourselves, because we're the ones that have a vested interest in our community.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. I'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour and against? That motion is lost. We have Councillors Greco, Lawrence and Williams voting in favour, and against Councillors McCarthy, Rennie, Amir and Lassurf voting against. Councillor Newton abstaining.
Mayor Rennie, I just have trouble with video seeing whether you voted or not. Can we have the vote again?
I voted. So we've had the vote. I've called it out.
Your arm merges with the background, so we can't really see how you vote.
I don't have a virtual background, Councillor Lawrence.
You have a dark door and a dark arm. We can't see if it's up or not.
Okay, I'll be conscious of that. I voted against.
Put up your other arm.
The wrong arm. Okay, I voted. For the record, I voted against. We'll keep going. We now move to item 7.13, parliamentary inquiry into ecosystem decline.
In the failure of that item being passed, can a substantive motion?
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy.
I move the substantive motion.
I've already moved it, Councillor Greco.
Councillor McCarthy's moved the motion.
No, second.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Newton. Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to say an enormous thanks to our transport planner and the team within council for all the work that's gone into this report. I'd like to also recognise their work, because it takes a lot to actually put council in the best position we can possibly be to advocate for this project. I've been involved with this project, as I know some other councillors here have been throughout my time on council, and I would acknowledge the interest that Councillor Greco has had in this project. But I would also note that the way in which a council delivers an outcome in this case, when in fact it is a project that the state government must commit to, is that we need to find the right type of engagement with both local politicians, with Treasury, with others, to get this over the line. The report itself goes through the sort of advocacy campaign that's required to get us there. And it talks about the fact that there are interim measures that can be employed, which I think are quite new in terms of our advocacy strategy, talking about the potential for an electric bus to be implemented. What that's really about is about a proof of concept. So it's about being able to show to the community and also to those politicians that this is something worth getting behind in terms of a fixed rail outcome or a fixed tram outcome in that sense. So this is smart, it's clever, it's about actually thinking through the steps you need to get to, and it's learning from other examples of when we have seen tram route extensions actually delivered by state governments. So I just wanted to recognise the officer's work. The other thing I just wanted to highlight as well is that in relation to the advocacy activities that council has undertaken, we know that there is a time frame from when council starts talking about something like this to when we get to the outcome, and it's not always clear, but generally there is around a decade worth of work that goes into this sort of stuff. So we are getting closer, but there is a political cycle here, which is both the state and the federal cycles and the sort of commitments that we can expect. So I'm confident that we are on the right path with this report. I think the officers understand and are having the right conversations with their colleagues at the state level in terms of the transport planners. But I think it's incumbent upon all of us as councillors to actually do the work when it comes to engaging with local politicians. And you know, I'm not necessarily saying that every councillor needs to pick up the phone and talk to the local members, but that might help push this thing along. And I think community members doing the same thing can really help demonstrate the value of this project going forward. This will be achieved through persistence and through very good tactics, as has been outlined in the report. So I want to thank the officers again.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Newton.
Thanks, Meredy. I know it's late, so just briefly, I think something that I really like about this proposal that moves things a little bit forward from where we've been before is the concept of the electric bus. Just because if we have that going down Gilbert Road along Edward Street, and that means we can track how many people are using it. So I think that would be a really great way forward. This is something where, as the report says, there's a whole lot of stuff happening here. You know, new reservoir station, we've got the loop that's going to happen, and there's no reason why this part of Preston Reservoir shouldn't be connected. So it's just, I feel like there's some pieces that are falling together now, and this makes a hell of a lot of sense. So happy to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Newton. Further speakers? There are no further speakers. I'll put that up. Councillor Greco.
Yeah, look, thanks, Mayor Rennie. Look, I'm going to support the motion, but and I like the idea of an electric bus and putting that forward as a small step towards getting the ultimate objective of getting this tram extension. Given that, as Councillor Newton has said, lots of the pieces are there. It's in the structure plan. The reservoir station has been future-proofed to enable a tram to come to it, and what's the most important thing is that we're living in a particular time where there's going to be a lot of infrastructure funding splashing around, and that we need to be on the radar. So whilst I agree with the advocacy and the communication that approach that has been taken here, councillors, it just does not go far enough, you know, and we're always back. It's like a record just repeating itself, but we don't go to that next level, which I was hoping that we would be able to, given and to take stock of this opportunity. Councillors, if we don't get this project on the radar in the next 12 to 18 months, that's 2 years, we're going to miss the boat, councillors. And that's why our advocacy strategy that is suggested here, whilst I agree with it, this is a mature project, right? It requires that extra push. We're not achieving that, I don't believe, through the advocacy strategy that's been suggested here. Whilst it's all good, a lot of it is a repeat of what we've done in the past. The only new aspect of it is the electric bus, which is a great thing, but it's not actually going that step further, councillors. We need to go that step further. So I support this with a heavy heart, and I'm really disappointed in councillors that have been talking a lot about this project over the years, but when it comes to the crunch, they have stepped back and then put the blame that it's a state government matter, etc. So was the rail crossing. The rail crossing was a state government matter, but we invested heavily into that. And we did that.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Lawrence.
Yeah, Mayor Rennie. Look, I'm going to support this motion just because getting you guys to go half speed is better than going zero. And we have been going zero on this project until just recently. We need to put our money where our mouths are, and we need to walk the talk. And that means putting preliminary feasibility studies, bringing in experts, spending $200,000 like we did on Canadian engineers to actually get the level crossing project in front of Dick Wynne, which I took down in front of him. Detailed work. He sent us back. We had to do more and more work. This council on this Gilbert Road tram is basically trying to cheat and not do homework. And I find it, well, Trent, just stay away from above Bell Street because you just slow us down. And you've slowed us down on this from day one.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Are there any further speakers? There are none. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We'll now move to 7.13, the Parliamentary Inquiry into Ecosystem Decline. We will get the relevant staff. We've got Vanessa on board. Does anyone have any questions for Vanessa? Or Rachel? There are no questions. Is there a motion? Councillor Amir?
I'm happy to move the motion listed in the report.
Thank you, Councillor Amir. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor McCarthy, thank you. Councillor Amir.
Thank you. I know it's getting late, but I did want to speak on this because I know it's an important issue, not just for us, but for the residents of Darebin as well. So I'm very happy to support the submission to the parliamentary inquiry with Darebin Council together with Darebin Nature Trust and the Darebin Creek Management Committee as well. So anyone who doesn't know about parliamentary inquiries, these submissions will all be considered by a group of MPs from different parties and leading to recommendations that are then considered by the government of the day, hopefully for adoption and implementation, if not by this government, but in the near future. Darebin is home to 76 threatened species, including the swift parrot, growling grass frog, matted flax lily, and Trent's favourite, the blue-banded bee. I'm sure a favourite of many others as well. And we've also seen the decline of the river redgums in the landscape and the decimation, really, of grassland ecosystems. We know that the protection, both at a state and federal level, is very weak. Either it's not used, or where it is used, it's barely a deterrent, it's barely a slap on the wrist. And so one of the things in this submission is around the strengthening of that. And as evidence that it's not strong enough, one of the things noted in the report is that Australia is listed as one of the 7 nations responsible for 60% of biodiversity loss between 1996 and 2008. And that includes a time when, during our current state and national legislation. So it's clearly not doing enough. So I think there's a couple of components to this. One is around what we have been doing and will keep doing, and maybe do more of in Darebin with local threats. So things like dumped rubbish, our climate mitigation work, protection of our waterways, the impact of predation, which we've already spoken about this evening. But we've seen pretty clearly that when it comes to the state government so far, that biodiversity protection is considered important until it comes up against anything else. And we saw that with Dumbarton grassland as a pretty prime example. But, you know, whether it's financial interests or building bigger houses or business, biodiversity gets dropped down the priority list. So the submission calls for much stronger protections, for leadership, for banning duck hunting, for stronger climate action, for stronger legislation, more programs to protect biodiversity, which will of course lead to cleaner water, cleaner air, and the protection of entire landscapes. Because once threatened species are gone, they're gone forever, and we certainly don't want that happening on our watch. So I'm glad that we've been taking such a strong stance, and also noting that invaluable importance and expertise of the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people using their technology.
Thank you, Councillor Amir. Councillor McCarthy.
Mayor Rennie, do we need to extend time?
Yes, we do. Thank you very much, Councillor Lasserf. I'll take that as a motion moved by yourself to extend and seconded by Councillor McCarthy. All those in favour? Thank you, Councillor Lasserf. That's extended for a further half hour at this point. Councillor McCarthy.
I'll just reserve my right for the moment. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There are no further speakers. Councillor McCarthy, would you wish to speak?
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, look, just briefly, obviously Councillor Amir has covered it incredibly well, and as a former scientist in the threatened species area, she knows her stuff when it comes to this this field. So in terms of talking about what this parliamentary inquiry is about and what council submission seeks to do, I would defer to her expertise in this area. I would say just one other thing though, that it is actually a growing level of concern amongst councils in the northern regions of Melbourne around the decline of our own ecosystems. We've talked a lot about the ecosystems across the country, but in fact, it has been a hot topic, even in forums which previously didn't talk about biodiversity and ecosystems are now talking in those terms. And I just would acknowledge the work that is underway by a group of planners in the northern suburbs who've come together to talk about what they can do to actually have impact on what they have also described as both the climate and biodiversity emergency, because they are understanding that the incredible role they've got to play. It's also worth noting though that we have a Planning and Environment Act that does not prioritise and does not privilege our ecosystems or our biodiversity, and is predominantly pro-development. And so one of the hopes that I have through this parliamentary inquiry is that there is the opportunity to open up some of that other legislation, such as the Planning and Environment Act, which actually could be used as a tool to protect, preserve and enhance and expand our ecosystems rather than seeing them degraded. And also just to one more point, and this has been borne out by the work of our own Darebin Nature Trust, is that we live in an ecosystem. The ecosystem is not what happens along the creek. It's around us all the time. And so we just have to refer back to the no local extinctions position that this council has adopted to understand that we actually can do a lot more, and the state government can certainly do a lot more if it supports strong recommendations from this inquiry.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. I'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Lawrence, the vote's been called.
I had my hand up to talk.
I'd actually exhausted speakers before I returned to Councillor McCarthy, who had reserved his right, and I made it quite clear beforehand some hour ago that that would be the case. So I'll take the vote again. All those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. That brings us right back to the beginning to item 7.3. Now, I'll just remind people that we adjourned debate on this item earlier. I just want to bring people back so that we're familiar with where we were once again, which was that we'd had an initial motion proposed by Councillor Williams to defer the item. That motion was lost. We then had A motion moved by Councillor Amir, seconded by Councillor McCarthy, who reserved his right to speak, and Councillor Greco proposed an amendment, which we had up on screen. We'll get back to that. And I just want to get everyone's agreement that that is actually where we were at, so that we're all on the same page. Terrific. So we'll get Councillor Greco's amendment back on the screen. We'll just make sure everyone can see that. And I don't recall whether I had sought from the mover and seconder whether they accepted that amendment. They don't. Is there a seconder for the amendment? Seconded by Councillor Lawrence. So we'll now go into debate on the amendment. Councillor Greco, over to you.
Oops. Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Look, councillors, it's a pity that the deferment motion was not carried, so that's why I'm putting forward this amendment. The amendment, basically, the crux of it is that is to develop a voluntary strategy, and the idea of developing a voluntary strategy is that that we need more time with the community. The community actually needs more time to digest what we're about to embark on, and it should be voluntary at least for the next 12 months, because we should pivot the access of this not on a punitive approach, but on an educational approach. That's what we need to do, councillors. And if you look at my motion, and if you look at the additions, all the additions there that I've put in the motion, they all talk about educating the community about how we're going to move forward on this. Also, the other issue that needs to be considered, and it's point B in the motion, is about the cat enclosures. There are certain parts of our community that will find it hard to afford cat enclosures. People on low income, particularly pensioners that have pets and cats, as they're essential to them. They will not be able to do that. And so we need to give some thought to how we can financially support or provide incentives for owners to actually transition to a world where cats, where to help them volunteer to be part of this, be part of this strategy. And also, as we've heard, is that and from the information that I've received, is that there's conflicted expert advice about this. And if you look at the report, it does not provide us conclusive expert advice in whether the extent of the cat damage in regards to in regards to other animals in our city. And just finally, I'll just finish on this point, is that and that we need the report to come back to us in 12 months so that we can see how we're travelling, how the communication is working, and also how our educational program is working, because that is the focus, councillors, that we need to take in this particular instance. Let's not just be too draconian and just try to slap people with fines, because there'll be, I believe, unnecessary backlash against an approach, if it was done on a voluntary basis, that could actually win over support from the community because they feel that they're not being penalised or their pets are not also being penalised. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, Mayor Rennie. Look, this, reality is in Darebin, we live adjacent to over 700 hectares of bushland, both the Merry Creek, Yarrabin Park, Creswell Grange, Bundoora Park. It's a huge amount of habitat, which is supports a huge amount of bird life. Now, so we do need to take steps to protect that, but we also need to take the community with us so we don't get backlashes. I'm supporting Councillor Greco's motion because I think we need to sort of proceed with some care. But I'm not, jumping on the anti-cat camp or the pro-cat camp or anything like that. I'm understanding that we have to, the benefits of animal companionship and the responsibilities we have of the ecosystem that surrounds us. especially some that's threatened, like 15 hectares of parkland up near Strathallan. So, which is our biggest habitat challenge in this city. So it may be that we need 24-hour cat bans near highly, high habitat, sensitive habitat areas. And it may be that our residents will go along with that. And I think at the moment we're going for a 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. It's fairly tokenistic. And I've looked at some studies about the nighttime travels of cats, and we could actually do some work ourselves and do that, because not all cats make a beeline to the creeks. Most of them work in the domestic environment, but some do go down to the creek. And feral cats have a disproportionate impact on wildlife. So there's a range of subtleties here. And I think we're racing in to try and look like we're doing something without looking at it more in depth, and also without having a broader conversation so we take everyone with us. And, I'm not, and voluntary is one way to start the conversation. And maybe that conversation will lead to a change of behaviours, and maybe that conversation can then lead to more serious ones, because it's a bit absurd
10 seconds
to say that a cat only kills at night. I've had cats and I've been in environmentally sensitive areas. There's actually a lot of killing goes on during the day. It's a half measure at the best.
Thanks, Councillor Lawrence. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Amir.
Thanks. I actually find some of what's been said both hypocritical and offensive. So on one hand, there's the argument that pet cats don't have a big impact. On the other hand, there's the argument that they only kill during the day, and that somehow 50% of the time is tokenistic. So I'm not seeing a whole lot of...
Point of order, Mayor Rennie. I didn't say either of those two assertions.
And Councillor Lawrence, I didn't hear Councillor Amir say or name anyone.
No, I didn't.
There was there was statements said there that misrepresented my previous statement.
Well, Councillor Lawrence, I think you're just disagreeing with what Councillor Amir said, because Councillor Amir didn't name anyone, and I remarked that we already had at least half an hour of debate about this earlier in the meeting, and that Councillor Amir could be referring to any number of statements. So I think that just because you infer that she might have been referring to you when clearly she named no one.
Well, they were false statements, because if she's not misrepresenting me, nobody said the two extreme positions.
Councillor Lawrence, we're back in this position of you don't like what she said. I'm sure.
I don't like people making false representations.
Neither do I.
Councillor Amir.
Other councillor statements being false. No one said.
Councillor Lawrence.
Cats only kill in the daytime. No one said that.
Councillor Lawrence. I'm simply saying I have not heard a valid point of order. You don't like what she said.
My point of order is that she's misleading and made misleading statements about other councillors' positions.
No, Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Lawrence, please.
I will just get the video. We'll do this. We'll do this where we need to do it.
Please get the video. Please get the video.
Yeah.
Please get the video. As if you're going to take responsibility.
Councillor Amir, it's not up. Councillor Amir, it is not up to you. It is up to me as the chair to rule on these issues, and for everybody else to remain silent while I'm doing so. Councillor Lawrence, I've listened, I've said no. Councillor Amir, it's back to you.
I support absolutely the parts of the motion relating to collecting more information. I'd also note that some of the things that it's going to be, of course, very challenging to exactly put a number on the number of animals that are killed by each cat per night. So the question I suppose I'd put is, how many deaths are an acceptable number? Where is it a few? Is it hundreds? Is it thousands? We know that cats kill animals in very large numbers. We know that most of that happens at night. We know that this is not the only impact, but this is one part of it. And as for this issue of it being too quickly or racing, we have the council elections coming up very soon. This is the last opportunity of this council to consider this issue. And if we're serious about biodiversity protection, I think it's something that's important for this council to do. It's not about being anti-cat or pro-cat. A cat that's hit by a car is not a happy cat. And I know lots of cats that live very, very happy lives in apartments, in houses, highly possible, the safest place for them to be. And any model that sets this up as a binary thing is not just unhelpful, but it's also completely inconsistent with the hundreds of responses that we've received from the community who were very largely supportive of this. And the reason a voluntary approach is not going to work is because we need to be clear about what our expectations are of people. And so the comments about this being punitive or draconian, you can't say it wasn't said because it's on the video.
That's time, Councillor Amir. The clock's playing up.
Not consistent with any of the information being provided. We've been told time and time again, there's not going to be an increase in policing.
Thanks, Councillor Amir. That's
not
time.
going to be euthanizing cats. And
Councillor
I'm
Amir.
sick of this rubbish.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. I just would remind councillors who maybe haven't had a chance to read the attachments. 77% of respondents to council's question about whether they supported a dusk to dawn cat curfew supported one. 77% out of 646 respondents. That's an extraordinary level of response, but it's also an extraordinary majority. I'd also point out, though, that a voluntary cat curfew is actually what we already have, because all that means is that people who take responsibility for ensuring that their cat is inside during the nighttime hours and is not at risk of infection, of getting into a fight, or of putting at risk other animals that may be out and about. That's actually what we already have in place. So Councillor Greco's amendment for me represents effectively a do-nothing approach, because it effectively says if you are already undertaking a curfew arrangement with your cat, keep doing that. And if you're not, then by all means, don't change. At the end of the day, the behaviour of cats in this situation is actually a human custodianship behaviour. It's about what the human carers and the human companions actually do to make sure that their pet is actually kept indoors, kept safe at night, not put at risk from all the terrible things that can happen to cats at night, and unfortunately, the terrible things that they can do to our native wildlife. And I would just say, this is not just about our creek corridors or our parks or our bushlands. We actually have nature living all around us. We have possums, we have birds, we have all sorts of critters that we live around. And if councillors take the time to have a look out their window and walk around, you'll see a lot of nature that is constantly at risk as a result of that predatory behaviour. I've had 2 rescue cats, so this is not an anti-cat thing. This is actually about keeping our cats safe and keeping our native wildlife safe. It's what the evidence shows. We've just passed a fantastic proposal to submit to the ecosystem decline parliamentary inquiry, and this is completely consistent with that position we've just taken, which I would add, I believe all councillors voted for.
That's time, thank you. Councillor Williams.
Yeah, I think the issue here is not about the curfew itself, it's about the timing. We're in a pandemic. The consultation was for, yes, we've had over 600 people who agreed to the curfew, but those 600 people are those who are tech savvy, who are able to get online. We're talking about 28% of our population who actually are cat owners, and I'm guarantee there's quite a few of those people who are non-English speaking or English is their second language, and they have no idea about going to the council website and have your say. In reference to starting a new policy that's going towards hardcore straight away in doing this from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. curfew, I think has not given the chance of allowing the community to implement that. I don't believe that there's been a voluntary process put in place today. I was not aware of it. I've been a cat owner at least 5 times. My cat's never killed a bird. It's killed lots of mice and rats and possibly a snake, but I can't guarantee whether it was my cat that killed that snake. However, I would like to see more engagement, where I've noticed that there's been other councils such as Geelong and Bendigo, where there's been a 50% increase of cats that have been taken to impounding and shelters. And there's been, once they're impounded, then there's an extra 20% of those cats to be euthanized. It's not it's about having the right cat management here, and it's not about actually who's right, who's wrong.
I find that we could go further. I think that we could do more. I sadly think that this is one of our other policies that we've put in place. I'd hate to mention that the community will come back and give us a backlash on this, saying that this is so similar to the car parking strategy.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Are there any further speakers to the amendment? Councillor Lassurf.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. I just wanted to, I guess, point out that what Councillor Greco is proposing with this, we're up to amendment, aren't we? Amendment is exactly what we did 2 years ago or 3 years ago when we adopted the Domestic Animal Management Plan. We actually foreshadowed that in year 2 and 3, we wanted to investigate a curfew, but in the first year or two, we wanted to educate the community on responsible pet ownership, which included the confinement of cats and making sure that they don't roam from people's property. It is actually an offence for a cat to leave the boundaries of the private property in which they're owned. So over the last 2 years, we have been doing exactly what Councillor Greco is speaking about and is proposing with this amendment. And I think that we are ready. We have investigated the introduction of the cat curfew. We have the evidence that shows us that there are substantial, the benefits outweigh the costs in terms of the wildlife and also the risk to the cat's life when they are roaming at night. And so I think that to say that we're rushing this and it's disingenuous and we haven't consulted the community, well, that's not true, because 3 years ago, when we developed the DEMP, we went through this process and we set out a 4-year plan for what we would do. And now we're up to introducing the cat curfew, which we foreshadowed at that point. So I can't support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Lassurf. Are there any further speakers to the amendment? No, we'll put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour? And against? That amendment is lost. We had Councillors Greco, Lawrence and Williams voting in favour and Councillors McCarthy, Amir, Rennie, Newton and Lassurf voting against. We'll now return to debate on the substantive motion, which was moved by Councillor Amir and seconded by Councillor McCarthy. Are there further speakers on the substantive motion? Councillor Lawrence.
I had a question.
The time for questions is over, Councillor Lawrence. That's at the beginning of the meeting. So we're now in the debate and we're very far into the debate. Are there any speakers? Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. I just want to pick up on a couple of points in relation to the debate so far. What we haven't done, councillors, is that we've talked about education, but that has not been effective and thorough enough in terms of actually bringing the community along with us. We've talked about it, but what actually has been done in relation to that space in an effective manner. And also, councillors, we have to recognise we're not experts, but as far as I can tell, is that there are people out there with expert knowledge and information about these issues that are on either side of the fence about it. So we have to listen to that and we have to balance that. And rather than just taking one side and ignoring the evidence that is presented to us. Also, councillors, we need to take the community with us. Yeah, it's not true to say my motion that I had put forward before was a do nothing motion. It was actually a motion about educating the community, looking at other options, how we can provide incentives, support people in transitioning to making sure that their cats are enclosed and things like that. That's what my motion was trying to do. It was actually trying to do something rather than not do it. Instead, what we're doing here, we're actually punishing the community. We're actually imposing hardship on the most vulnerable members of our community. That is our ageing community, and who use pets for companionship, and they're going to be hardest hit by this. One is that we haven't taken them on the journey. One is that they probably cannot afford to keep their cats enclosed, and there's a potential that they will be fined in relation to their cats going astray. So councillors, we have to look at it from a multitude of perspectives. And the other point too, in terms of consultation, I mean, only 6%, Councillor McCarthy, were consulted between the ages of 65 and 74. So who are we talking to? Only 12%, 11% of people from a non-English speaking background was taught. We have an non-speaking background community of nearly 50%. If that's representative, if that's community consultation,
Councillor Greco,
well,
that's
I live
time.
on another planet.
Thanks, Councillor Greco. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, Mayor Rennie. Look, I have to. What amendment are we up to? Actually, I'm getting confused. Are we at?
We're on the substantive motion. We're no longer on the amendment.
Yeah. Look, I think the issue of consultation in the middle of a virus is very important. I noticed there's 600 and something people quoted. We've had 671 petitions on 15 hectares of open space, but that still can't get this council acting like a green council, you know. So these numbers are all selective. There's over 17,000 cat owners, I remember. I think it's more now. It's more in the mid-20s now, 20,000. We need to bring them along the way. And I will stress this. I might have a final position for a stricter 24-hour curfew in parts of the city. That may be a result when we get the evidence. And the evidence needs to be, what's the kill rates in residential areas adjacent to wildlife areas? And the evidence will also be when we've fully done, not do Australia Day type submission just online and a quick few hundred people, when we've actually gone to thousands of people and consulted properly. And if we do that, we may find we get a better and stronger position than this.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Are there any further speakers? There are no further speakers. Councillor McCarthy, you reserved your right. Do you wish to speak?
Mayor, look, I'll keep it brief. I'm not sure what to say to the residents who took the time to engage in council's survey in relation to this, all 646 residents who did so in earnest and with the expectation that what they would say would be taken seriously by council. Because if they witnessed the debate that we've just seen, I think they'd be a bit surprised that their views are not good enough or are not enough. People engage in processes because they either believe in the importance of the question or they have that opportunity, but they do so in good faith. And we have had one of the largest responses to any council survey with this. And I should add, one of the highest levels of support on any issue in the history of this council term. This was flagged in the Darebin Animal Management Plan, so it should come as no surprise, and Councillor Lasserf made that point earlier. But critically, this has had overwhelming support, and the councillors to start to talk about delays and talk about variations. The community is asking us to do something, and it's asking us to actually put in place something which protects cats. It also protects other native wildlife, and it goes some extent. If councillors want to go further in relation to this, then by all means, make that your platform. You've got a few weeks to work on that. But right now we have a decision in front of us, and the decision is based on the evidence.
Point of order, Mayor.
There are a number of councillors.
Point of order, Mayor Rennie.
What is it, Councillor Lawrence?
Can we have the sarcasm toned down and address the issue?
Councillor Lawrence, that's not a point of order. Okay, Councillor McCarthy, keep going.
Well, it's extremely disrespectful to everyone who's here. And presumptive.
Councillor McCarthy, keep going.
Thanks, Mayor. I think I've got 30 seconds. I think what is disrespectful, Mayor, is actually that when people fill out a survey, they expect it to be taken seriously. We've had a process. We've gone through the process. The evidence is in front of us. The survey results are in front of us. Every councillor has had access to this. And if they haven't read the survey and they haven't read the survey results and actually looked at where those responses have come, they might be surprised to see how strong the support is across this city for this. So let's give it a go.
That's time.
Let's see the result.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Amir, do you wish to exercise your right of reply?
Yes, please.
Over to you.
So I've been reflecting on, I guess, the role of a councillor and how councillors should be making decisions. And it is something that councillors and others have mixed views on. But broadly, two of the biggest considerations, one is to ask the community a question to find out their views and to listen to them, and then to implement the wishes of the community to the best of our ability. Another way to make decisions is to identify what a goal is, something that we want to improve or change, and then look at the evidence for that and make a decision based on the pathway that's most likely to reach that goal. And sometimes decisions come to us in the council chamber where those two different methods of decision making are in conflict. And this is one where they're absolutely aligned, that the community view is very clear. As Councillor McCarthy mentioned, there was overwhelming support, and where there wasn't support, they were on both ends, some calling for tougher restrictions, some calling for no curfew at all. So it's very clear where not just the bulk is, but also I suppose that the majority, median and mode are all pretty aligned in this case, to use a statistical frame. It is an emotional issue for a lot of people for a lot of different reasons. And we knew going into this that it was not going to be possible to find a solution that everyone will be happy with. But what we've got here is a balance between those two positions. And I, again, very disappointed by any of this binary framing, because it's not about pro-cat versus anti-cat. It's about finding a balance between the different needs for the safety in lots of different forms for people, for cats, and for other animals. And as was raised by Councillor Lasserf, this has been 3 years in the making. It's been a long time coming. We've been having lots of conversations about this for a long time. It's not static. It's the decision that's come to us tonight that we can continue to reflect on and assess once it's been implemented.
Thank you. I'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour and against? That motion is carried. We have Councillors McCarthy, Amir, Rennie, Newton and Lasserf voting in favour, and Councillor Greco voting against, with Councillors Lawrence and Williams abstaining. Thank you, councillors. That brings us to the end of the consideration of reports. At 8, consideration of responses to petitions, notices of motion and general business. There are none. I think we might need to just get another continuance. Councillor Greco, you're on mute.
Could I move a motion that we continue for another 30 minutes?
Certainly. That's moved by Councillor Greco, seconded by Councillor Williams. All those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you. We'll move right into notices of motion. And councillors, we've got at least 8 items still to go. So if we could keep things speedy, that would be very much appreciated. Otherwise, we will be back, I suspect, in a meeting tomorrow night. So let's see how efficient we can be. So item 9.1, future use of the Reservoir Police Station. I'll take that as moved by Councillor Greco. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Greco, over to you.
Yes, very quickly, Mayor Rennie. Look, it's actually quite timely that I'm putting this motion based on the officer's report that given that the lease at the police station expires on the 31st of October, which is only a couple of months away. So what this motion actually does is that we have a lot of dormant infrastructure, particularly in the northern end of the city. We've got, vacant infrastructure like the boathouse, the old library, the old childcare centre, and it's just laying dormant. And here we're going to have a situation where in our prime business district, which is at Edward Street, in Reservoir, where we're going to have another dormant, possibly a piece of property that could actually add to the life and the vibrancy of Reservoir. So why I'm putting this motion, therefore, councillors, is that we need to do the work, and we need to get a report back coming to us. And then I've agreed with the CEO that the report come back to us in December. And I think like that, we could actually deliver to the next council ready-made reports that come back, so that we could actually push along the issue of what happens to the Reservoir Police Station. As we know, they've moved to Mahoney's Road. Also, as we know, that the council is part owner of the property that is there in the current police station, and we need to figure out what we're going to do. And the police will probably want to walk away from holding that particular asset or part of that asset. And as a council, I think we have a responsibility because we own a good portion of it, I believe 40%, and so that we can actually do something with that particular property. Why this is particularly important, councillors, is that given the economic downturn in across Australia, particularly in the northern suburbs, particularly in areas like Reservoir, it'll be crucial that we take every opportunity, particularly in the business districts, to actually lift up commercial activity. And we don't want a situation where a police station, a substantial property, just remains dormant because the council is just not bothering to look at it or not bothering to think about how we can quickly, if we can, quickly activate or facilitate the activation of this site. And so that's why I'm putting this motion, so we just get this work done, because I'm just sick of it, councillors, that we have so many dormant and dead infrastructure in the northern end of our city that's been dormant and dead for decades.
Thanks, Councillor Greco. Councillor Lawrence. Just unmute yourself. Councillor Lawrence, you're still on mute.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just having digital problems with my digits. Look, I suppose, we're going to go through the motions again with this, like we have the other sites, the bombshell sites, let's call them what they are. They're mounting up, councillors. So 4 years later, we're adding to them. The first one, of course, was Wirufen, which was vandalised and burnt down under the previous state government. That was 6 years ago. The next one, of course, is the Boathouse, which has been going to endless propositions or reports from council about any action, because we actually have to invest in it before we can attract anyone into it. The other one is the old Reservoir Library, which suddenly was okay to use for 30 years, but suddenly it's got asbestos now and can't be used. It's sitting there rotting. Then we're going to have this vacant police station. We've still got the vacant kindergarten opposite the Children's Hub up on Dole Avenue as well. Perfectly good building. We've got to get real. This is becoming like Detroit or something. All these vacant assets, neglected, they're ours. We can't blame private sector or anyone. They're government, state government or council assets. In the case of the police station we're talking about, part of that is on council land. So we're a stakeholder. We can't ignore that. This is another motion I know will be sent off to, to Billio as they are. But just imagine if you had 5 derelict buildings in Northcote. I wonder what we'd be having. Some people would be screaming
10
from
seconds.
the rooftops.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Are there any further speakers? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? And against? That motion is carried. I had Councillors McCarthy, Rennie, Newton, Greco, Lesurf and Lawrence voting in favour, Councillor Williams against and Councillor Oumi abstained. Thank you. We'll now move on to the next item, which is options to upgrade the old Reservoir Library building. I'll take that as moved by Councillor Greco. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Greco, over to you.
Thanks, Mayor Rennie. Again, this is another building that's it's remained idle since I think 2015, when we no longer used it as a library. It was perfectly okay one day, and then the next day it was out of use, and now it's just been sitting there. It's becoming more and more dilapidated. At one point, there was interest by the Rail Crossing Authority to use it as an office space and to lease it from us. That fell through. But here we have, again, at the back of a major shopping strip, a dead asset, a dead council asset. And we don't even have any vision or any sense of what to do with it, even though we've been talking a lot about it. We know that there's going to be a report, I think in the distant future coming to us, that will pick up on some of these issues. But I think councillors, we need a little bit more urgent action, and particularly what I was envisaging for this particular site, and it doesn't have to be that. Let's explore how the site could be used by young people and by community artists. We know that a lot of community artists are moving into the northern part of our city, and they're always looking for space. And here's an opportunity where it just doesn't make sense. We've got dead space and we've got artists that, particularly in this moment of time where they're looking to be supported and by government, why can't we put those few things together and make things happen? And let's be a bit elastic and a bit lateral in our thinking, to think in terms of interim measures and also in terms of longer term measures. And we're not doing that, councillors. You know, people say to me when they look at the reservoir area, why is that been like that for so many years? Why aren't you moving on that? We're just losing credibility, councillors. And in these 4 years that I've been on council, I thought we were going to make a move on these sort of things, but we haven't. We haven't moved one iota. Every time these sort of things have been discussed, they've gone off onto reports, and then reports come back, and then reports get deferred, and there's never actually any movement. I've just run out of things to say to our community about, you know, if I talk about the boathouse, people just laugh at me. You know, 12 years we've been talking about that. And 10 years before that, there was people just laugh. You know, they just say, well, you know, you guys can't even tie up your shoelaces, and now you're telling me you want to do all these things. We need to show some action, and we need to show that we're committed to actually look at these public assets that are there and what we're going to do with them, and to make them useful for our community, because our community needs gathering places, as was mentioned by a previous councillor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, Mayor Rennie. Yeah, this is another, you know, sore thumb that we walk past each time when people shop on Edward Street. And people have great memories of the old library, and also in the front of the library, people used to sort of gather. Now it serves no purpose, and the development in Reservoir is very different to the rest of the city. There was a large-scale application being put together for many years on the corner of Edward Street and Spring Street, and it just in the last months during the pandemic collapsed. And that was a careful long-term plan put together by long-term landowners. And this is just not, there's no investment even for mild or small scale multi-storey residential. So Ralph Street is a key bit of land for triggering redevelopment of Edward Street. But at the moment, there's no investment happening. So really, we could get a use out of that that's been suggested by Councillor Greco, that's a temporary use, and it could create some great benefit for 2 or 3 years. I mean, long term, we know that's a redevelopment site, but short term, there may be other things that can be done. And obviously there would be some investment required to address whatever asbestos issues are there. But that might be well worth the investment if we can help specific groups.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Are there any further speakers? There are none. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? And against? That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. That brings us to 9.3, engagement of a local artist to paint slogans on council footpath near Mount Trebelle. Councillor Greco, I'll take that as moved by you.
Yeah, Mayor Rennie, I'm moving it, but I think there's just been something that's just dropped off. It could have been my error. In the first line where it says that council receive an urgent report.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. I think in note in the agenda, it's got that council receive a report. So I think we'll go with that.
I admit it could have been my error, but I'm glad that we've been able to fix it up.
Okay, I think that's fine. I'll just, I think we won't dwell on semantics. Is there a seconder for Councillor Greco's motion? That's seconded by Councillor McCarthy. Thank you, Councillor Greco. Over to you.
Councillors, look, we have a situation, as we all know, the mantra, we're a refugee welcoming city, and as a city, it just, and within our own city, we have refugees who are locked up. That puts us in an enormous contradiction as a council. I know we don't have any control that these young men are locked up, but it's happening on our turf, councillors. And whilst we are a welcoming city and whilst we are a refugee welcome city. Now, councillors, we need to do a lot more. And again, I say this with no discredit at all to our officers. I know that they're trying to pull out all stops in regards to assisting the refugees in terms of advocacy and things like that. But whatever we're doing, it's still, and I put myself in this boat, and I'm sure many other councillors, it's not enough. You know, when you talk, and I often speak to some of the refugees held up in the Mantra Centre, they are crying out for more action on our part and other sympathising organisations. We know that our heart is in the right place in relation to this space, but we really need to do more. And councillors, I was inspired by the Black Lives movement in the United States, and that came here and also by the Indigenous Lives Matter movement here in Australia. And why not, councillors, as a suggestion, and it doesn't have to be that, but I'm just putting it out there, that we use some of our streets that are owned by council, where we engage artists, and artists are bursting at the seams to actually see how they can contribute to the cause of refugees, where we paint our streets. I'm sure many of you would have seen the image, you know, in Washington, D.C., Black Lives Matter across the middle of the road, right near important business districts. Now, why is it that we can't do something creative like that and involve our artists? Why isn't it that we can't do something like that in Hotham Street, which I believe is a council-owned road? I'm not talking about Bell Street. It's all complicated because that's big roads and things like that. We need to really go that extra mile, councillors, in supporting our refugees in the asylum in Mantra. Initially, we were a bit hesitant because we didn't know how to move and whether they'll get moved away. But the information that I get, and I'm in constant contact with them, they want to see more movement on the part of council in regards to their plight. So that's the gist of what I'm trying to do here, is to take us to the next level, involve artists, and see what we can and what further work we can do in relation to this space. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Councillor McCarthy.
Given the hour, Mayor, I'm happy to reserve my right.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Lawrence.
Sorry, it disappeared. Am I speaking? Yeah. Yep.
Yes.
Sorry. Look, I'm just happy to support this motion from Councillor Greco. It is hideous that the detention centre is in Camp Road, Broadmeadows, just to our north, and hideous that this detention is going on in the centre of our city. So any kind of creative expression is welcome. I don't want to complicate it because it's late at night, but I believe there are opportunities for us to construct art and billboards on St George's Road and other parts of the city to raise awareness, because these things are happening and we should use our council space and our people's creative abilities to show to the world that this is happening right here. And it is actually Inhumane campaign, a program, and it is also one costing us billions and billions of dollars, we find out. So it's something we should really dig deep and see what channels we can use to make sure everyone who's moving through our city understands that we object to this detention occurring here.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Are there any further speakers? Councillor McCarthy, you reserved your right. Do you want to speak?
No, it's fine. Thanks, Mayor. Thank
you. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? And against? That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. That brings us to item 9.4, the 100th anniversary of the opening of Edwards Park Lake Boathouse. Councillor Greco, I'll take that as moved by you. Is there a seconder? Councillor McCarthy? Councillor Greco?
Yeah, Mayor Rennie, look, I'm moving this because, again, we've got a lake, which is one of the pearls of our city, one of the jewels of our city. It was donated to us this year, 100 years ago. A significant donation by T. Dwyer Edwards. And also we have a boathouse, which is a 50th year anniversary that coincide this year. These are two significant assets of our city, particularly of the northern end of our city. And I understand that, you know, the COVID restrictions put a lot of constraints on us and how we can celebrate these two things. I have had a look at the officer's response. I appreciate that we may need to defer a proper celebration of the 100th year of the lake and the 50 years of the boathouse. But I think it's significant that we do something in this space. And also, I think by doing something in this space, it actually will help us push the notion of doing something with the boathouse and getting the lake back to what it was originally intended for. That is for sporting and not for sport, for water recreational activities. And it's a real shame. And I've tried to move on council many times on how we can actually uplift the life of the lake. And that's on many occasions, it's been rejected by this council. Now, at least councillors, I hope that you would support the 100th anniversary of this lake so that we could clearly put it on the radar and on the agenda, because the lake, the way it is, great asset, jewel of our city, but it's not being given its fair share of attention in terms of the toxic water that is in that lake, and that this council is not prepared to put its money where its mouth is and start the process of trying to draw attention to how we can fix this lake. And I've heard the arguments. I know it's a state government matter, the water, and Melbourne water and things, but it's on our turf. We need to take the initiative, councillors. And by taking the initiative on its 100th anniversary will be an opportunity to celebrate the significance of the lake and at the same time talk about what the future of this lake is and how we want it to be developed into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Councillor McCarthy?
Once again, Mayor, given the hour, we've got multiple items to still get through. I'm not going to say anything further other than just to say this is going to be really difficult to do something of the scale that I think the lake deserves. So I would just ask that we respect that officers may have different ways of responding to this, and we need to be very conscious of the COVID restrictions that we currently have.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence.
I just have a small amendment to put.
Do you have it in writing?
The amendment is just that we consult the local RSLs. So, how do I send that to you?
Oh, look, I'm happy to accept that for the speech.
Okay, Councillor McCarthy, you happy to accept? Okay, that's incorporated. Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yes. Yes, Mayor Rennie, look, I just wanted to add in that we consult with the RSLs because it's significant that in 1919, the cheap amount of work was done by return service and women who had came back from the war and obviously even faced Spanish flu at that time. And, you know, there was the equivalent of work for the doles or work schemes put to place. So we now have this, beautiful place. It's polluted, but it still remains a fantastic asset and place of beauty, which has come about when society has stopped war, faced a virus, and then put people to work in our environment to make it better. So I think there's a lot of untold story about the lake and that would be worth celebrating. And if it's a year late, then maybe that's what it'll have to be. But the history of this and the social history behind it, the environmental history behind it, is something that should be fully explored, and I know residents will really engage with.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Are there any other speakers? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour and against? That motion is carried unanimously. That brings us to 9.5, future budget impacts of any increases or falls in the Darebin Council's work cover premiums. I'll take that as moved by Councillor Lawrence. Is there a seconder? Councillor Greco. Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Over to you.
Yes, this is this budget item has come up, there's been a fair bit of debate in the community and even you know, anonymous claims around our work cover bills, etc. I'm not sure, you know, I want to engage in those, and I certainly want to look more at the totality of what the real figures are. But I think it is something that's a benchmark or a key performance indicator for a council, is how we manage our work cover premiums. And I think it's something that we need to benchmark when we finish and sort of set up for benchmarking for the next new council. Obviously, we have more injuries than many other places because we do more internal services, and we do we have more people doing outdoor jobs than many other councils, and we have more people directly employed. So we have that measurement, and I think that we need, as a council, to be monitoring that. And also, there's this philosophical issues here about what we do in terms of helping workers recover and come back to work. I will note something that I've looked at, and you know, there's 28% of injured workers not returning to work in Victoria. It's been highlighted in the in the Ombudsman's report onto WorkSafe, and so we're not immune from those trends, but I think we should be better than those trends. And those trends in other states are 20% failed to come back to work. And return to work is really a measurement of culture, but it's also the community impact. And we shouldn't be, I think Victoria, you know, there's bigger questions for Victoria, but we as an organisation, I would hope, could lead and be better than Victoria.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Greco.
Mayor, look, for the sake of time, I'll reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers?
Mayor Rennie,
Councillor. Yep, Councillor Lasserf.
I don't want to speak to the motion, but Councillor, I mean, I have a question because there's a number of facts that Councillor Lawrence just said, but I don't know if there's any, if that's the truth. There's no, obviously, advice from officers because it's a NOM, so I'm not sure how to vote on something when he said that we have the highest rate of injuries in Victoria. Do we? I don't know. What's that based on? So I'm not sure what to do about that. And I don't know whether we can get we can't really get a response from the officers, I guess.
Well, I don't think I was
I think you said it was a sector that had high rate.
No, I was referring, we have high rates because we have high employment with actually doing things. But I was pointing out the 28% of return to work, not going to work in Victoria. So there's a particular problem in Victoria. I didn't say.
Okay,
I don't know.
Okay, sorry, we won't. I don't want to get into sort of explanations.
Yes. Yeah.
The council staff have provided a response to this.
I have read it, but it doesn't go into that kind of detail.
Okay. You're welcome to speak to the motion, Councillor Lasserf, or I can put it to the vote. Are there any further speakers? There are none. I'll therefore put this to the vote. All those in favour? And against? That motion is carried. We had Councillor McCarthy, Rennie, Newton, Greco, Lawrence and Williams voting in favour, and Councillor O'Meara and Lasserf abstaining. Councillors, please call me out if I get that wrong. I'm doing it fairly quickly. We'll now move on to urgent business at item 10. So the first urgent business item is the proposed intervention by the Minister for Planning in relation to public housing projects. Councillors, we've got a couple of staff with us tonight. Mr. Wallace is here to answer any questions. Are there any questions?
Can I move? Do we need to move to extend time?
We cannot extend time another time. So what we can do, if we think we can finish the business in 15 minutes, we can go 15 minutes over. I suggest we get this one dealt with and then we'll consider our position. So are there any questions, Mr. Wallace? Yes, Councillor McCarthy.
No, not a question, just happy to move to the motion.
Okay, I'll just double check. I can't see any other questions. So Councillor McCarthy, you're happy to move the motion as recommended?
Yep.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Newton, thank you. Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. It seems strange that we even have to do this, but we have proposed intervention by the Minister for Planning on advice of the department being dealt in relation to planning permits and in relation to removing the ESD and landscaping components. It is gobsmacking that we are dealing with this. Public housing tenants deserve to have landscaped properties. They deserve to have what are safe, comfortable and energy efficient homes. We should not be dealing with this. We should not be dealing with a situation where the department and the minister is seriously considering removing the meagre landscaping components that would be included and the ESD components. It seems like public housing tenants in this case are being shortchanged. I really hope that the minister sees the light and hears council's position strongly that the minister should not intervene in relation to this matter. This is so beyond what the minister should be focused on. When there are a range of crises, the minister should turn around, as far as I'm concerned, and tell the department that they should comply with what the planning permit requires, which is that these public housing properties should have proper landscaping and great ESD so that they are comfortable and wonderful places for people to live. I think that's probably enough. And thank you, our officers, for bringing this to us so quickly.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Newton? I think that was nothing to add, but I didn't actually hear your voice. I was lip reading.
Nothing to add.
Thank you. Councillors, it does occur to me that perhaps from a procedural point of view, we should have actually had a motion to accept the urgent business onto the agenda. So I'll take that as moved by Councillor McCarthy and seconded by Councillor Surf. All those in favour of moving this item onto the agenda? Thank you. Having done that, we have now got a mover and a seconder, which is Councillor McCarthy and Councillor Newton. We've heard from Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Newton has nothing further to add. Are there any councillors who wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Lawrence.
No, I was just wanting to get some detail on those actual applications, but you know, this format won't really allow that. But I suppose we can get officer feedback on these later.
Yes, Councillor Lawrence, thank you. And I did allow time for questions and invited the officers to join us at the beginning, and that is the time for questions. I know that the officers will be more than happy to help you with details on those particular applications. I'm just aware that, you know, getting history of the applications will be longer than 15 minutes. Yes. Yeah, thank you. And they did appear in the councillor called up folder some time ago.
Yeah.
The first wave, there's some others. So I'd now propose that we put that to the vote. All those in favour? And against? That motion is carried unanimously. So, councillors, the local law prohibits us from going past 11 o'clock unless we are in a position to finish the meeting. I'd have to say I don't believe we are in a position to finish the meeting, given that we have 3 confidential reports as well as some other business. I'm therefore proposing that we adjourn the rest of the meeting until 6 o'clock tomorrow. I'll just seek some advice from Ms. Wilkinson in relation to that.
Hello, councillors. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. What advice were you seeking, Mayor?
Just to confirm that we're not able to go past 11 unless we believe the business of the meeting can be finished by 11:15. I'm not at all convinced at this point that we can get through the remainder of reports before 11:15. And on that basis, I seek your advice, but my suggestion would be that we reconvene at 6 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah, so that's correct. Your reading of the governance rules is correct, Mayor. You can't go past 11 unless you think you'll finish within 15 minutes. Given that you have one more item of urgent business to consider and 3 confidential items, at least 2 of which are fairly substantial strategic matters, and a number of sort of standard regular items, my advice would be that you adjourn the meeting until tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, and we can make arrangements for the. It would mean that everything considered to date stands, but the matters not yet resolved will just be moved over to a future item. And I believe that the governance team have put a proposed motion up, so council could see that on the screen. If you'd like to see that for you.
Yes, please. That would be good. So councillors, when we get that on the screen, which hopefully will appear fairly soon, I'll be asking for a mover and a seconder for that.
Happy to move.
That's moved by Councillor Lasserf and seconded by Councillor McCarthy. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. On that basis, we've adjourned the remainder of the meeting, and I will thank everyone for their participation tonight and close the meeting now, and see you all at 6 o'clock tomorrow. Hopefully we'll be able to be efficient then, noting that a good part of the rest of the meeting is confidential, but not all of it. And so the majority of that meeting will not be live screened for the public, but some proportion will be. Thank you, councillors. Thank you to any community members still watching, and we'll see you again.